Yo, how we doing, guys? How are we doing? We got 1 hour till the leagues advance. Let's go see who has and hasn't hopped in the league. Also, gotta apologize about last night's stream. We're having a very wonderful conversation about fast food and pizza and the downfall of Subway and all the wonderful things we were yapping about. And then my Wi-Fi just straight up cut out for like, I'm not even trolling, like 3 minutes. Like 3 to 5 minutes, the Wi-Fi cut out, and I'm like, man, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna go ahead and let the stream end that way. But it was not my my plan, chat. My plan was not to just abruptly end mid conversation, but Wi-Fi go burr. Let's count some bodies, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 20. You know what? 28 of the 32 people got into the Sim League, so I'll take it. That's, what, like 85, 90%? Not bad. How many got into the Gameplay League? Let's see. Also, my chat's still broken. I might have to go and email YouTube because I am so tired of having to manually refresh my fucking chat every time just to see if there's any new chats, because my dings don't work. No, or they don't work. My dings occasionally work, and that's normally how I can tell there's a chat, is that I get a ding, I look over, there's nothing in chat, I refresh, rinse, repeat. Then we'll do the Gameplay Dynasty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Oh my goodness. Look at us, chat. Look at us, chat. We got 32 out of 32 people in the Gameplay League. And we got 28 of the 32 people in the Sim League. Hell yeah. Look at us. We almost got in there. Or almost. We got like 90% of the people in there. Hell yeah. Let me go ahead and give my shout out. Shout out Dustin, first member of the fam in chat. Appreciate you, big dog. Shout out Carver. Shout out Jarrett. Shout out James. Shout out Brown. Shout out General. How we doing? How we doing? Tires fuck today. Looking forward to starting these things. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Which is funny because we're not even really going to be starting because almost everybody won't have a game for week 0. So technically, we're going to like officially start, yes, but like nothing's really going to happen until Thursday. The ACC is user heavy. Yeah, it will be for the first year, but then next year I'll relocate people. The settings in the gameplay league? Yeah, I'll just go ahead and do that now before I forget. Hell yeah, Syracuse. Appreciate you. Ooh, chat, I got a big thing to show you guys. I got a big thing to tell you guys. General, which league are you supposed to be in? I think it's the gameplay league, right? Or is it the sim league? Which league are you meant to be in? I don't see you on either list. Weird. I feel like I wrote your name down, though. Yeah, Dustin, I'm going to touch the settings right now, so we'll be fine. Hey, Farah. General Powell in attendance. Hell yeah. Good luck with your army rebuild. You're the underdog from what everyone said and or seen so far. Your poor little army. Did you change your username? Because I've scrolled through the sim list like 5 times and I don't see your name on the sim list. There's me, Miko, Double T, James, Certified, Lyle, T, MC. Actually, I think it was David. Was it David P? Did you change your name from General to David? Okay, well, changing your name 3.5 seconds after me writing it down is not very smart. But yeah, I have a David P, which I'm pretty sure you had your other name, your original name was David. Because I have nobody else on my list that even has P in their name, so I'm assuming you're David P. Which means David P. I lost it. You got Virginia. That's what you got. You got Virginia. Okay, well, I can go ahead and flash that on screen really quickly for David. This will take literally 3 seconds, so I'll go and do... I'll change the settings. You know, while I'm over here, I'll just change these settings too. I'll do both settings right now. The settings won't be too different from what I normally use, so... Okay, General, for the Sim League. There is the league name right there. There is the league password right there. You can screenshot this, record this, write this down, whatever, and hop in here, become the head coach, a custom coach for the Virginia. Actually, what is Virginia? Because Tennessee's the Volunteers. Virginia Tech's the Hokies. fucking homeless people. I don't know where they are. But you literally got like 30 minutes to get in here, so you better get your ass in here and get your thing set up, because when I advance past this week, you can't change your blueprint, so you better get to getting very quickly. I'm in? Good. Yes, you have to have a custom coach. I have a feeling half of you didn't read the rules. Because I shouldn't be getting asked questions on if I have to use a custom coach when I haven't updated the rules in going on 5 days. So, casual. This is whatever. Wear and tear is off. Portal's been neutered. Okay, Sim League's actually done, ironically enough. In fact, that might be the quickest way of getting banned from these leagues. If someone sends me a screenshot of you using a real life coach, I'm probably just gonna insta ban you and not even give you a strike, just because I know you didn't read the fucking rules. Okay, for the gameplay league, injuries will be on, manual progression will be off. What? I ran 7 minutes last year, right? I think I ran 7 minutes. I think. I don't quite. I think it was 7. I don't think it was 6. I don't think it was 8. I think it was 7. Wear and tear is going to be on. For the time being, I'm not going to touch any. Actually. Before I say I'm not going to touch something. Is Matt 10 of his sliders already updated for CFB 26 or 27? Let's see, Matt. Are they updated or nah? Oh, they are. Sweet. I'll just import these right now. I can't zoom in the fucking photo? Are you... Okay. Matt 10, you are a genius while simultaneously being a fucking retard at the same time. Thank you for giving me a photo I can't scroll in on. Thank you. This dude uploaded a fucking picture to Twitter, and you can't scroll or you can't zoom in the picture. So I'm looking at like a bunch of fucking numbers, and I can't fucking read these. So I'm not touching the actual gameplay sliders. All of those will be default for this first year. Oh, wow. He kept the wear and tear at default. That's shocking. I am really shocked he did that. He didn't touch the wear and tear. Wow. That is crazy. Yeah, in all of his sliders, he doesn't touch wear and tear. That's crazy. Well, we're going to have wear and tear. Because unfortunately, if I don't have wear and tear in the game, Actually, you know what? I'll let you guys vote on it right now, and if you guys can sway me, you can sway me. Would you rather have me keep the wear and tear on default, but turn off injury so no one can get injured? So if you're curious, you will still lose stats and you will still regress. Your player will just never get hurt. Or do you want me to keep injuries on, turn off wear and tear, but increase the injury slider to have guys get injured more often? Because the wear and tear last year was fine, but this year it's all fucked up. Like cut sticks now do a ridiculous amount of fatigue and stamina cost now. Because I could just jack this up to like 75. But it's not really going to fix the issues because, again, all it takes is like one cut stick, not even a hit stick. It takes one cut stick and your guy's dead. So I can turn these up, but it's not going to fix the problem of your guy's still going to get killed after one hit. So I physically can't fix. I guess I could. I'll up the normal tackles, catch tackles, hit stick tackles, and just nerf the cut stick. Because the big one right now is the cut stick. If any person on your offense gets cut by a defender, they're just dead. Like negative 30 stats off rep. So I could do something like this where everything else causes wear and tear but cut sticks, but I really didn't want to go in and have to fuck this. Change the sliders the first year. Especially considering that we are 3-star programs. This will never change. This will be the exact same in all my leagues. The neuter, gotta neuter, or not gotta. I will always neuter the portal to stop guys from just despawning and to stop people from just speed running a rebuild. Yeah, luckily though, I'm not gonna show you guys my shit. Now, luckily for us, you can allocate your resources. So what's probably going to end up happening is I'm going to probably end up not touching the injury slider or the wear and tear. Because if you buy these 3 things, they basically don't exist. So that's probably how I'm going to balance it, is that we are not, it's not like we're starting with 0 stars or 2-star schools. We're starting with 3 to 3.5-star programs. So if you really just don't want to deal with wear and tear, you can just buy this shit. Or injuries. Otherwise, you're going to have to run the risk of your guys getting injured and or hurt. Because I know eventually when people are like 4 and 5-star programs, you can just buy all of this shit for free. So it's not really going to matter. But for the first year, might be a little sketch. $10 likes, appreciate y'all. Lyle wants no injuries. Cams also wants no injuries. I can't change. That's not how the injury slider works, Lyle. There is just one injury slider. There's not a severe injury and, small injury. It's just one slider. Which is right here, which will go down to 20. So. Everything else will stay default for probably the first year or two, and then I will make adjustments whenever I see fit. Yeah, my schedule, I'm not touching anyone's schedule. My schedule is not that bad. The only user teams I have my entire year is Wisconsin, who's probably going to beat the fuck out of me, especially at Wisconsin. So that's going to be a miserable end of... Wait, I just realized, oh no. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sad. Oh, I'm so sad. Oh, I just realized last year in my Indiana rebuild, my final game every year was Purdue, and Purdue was a computer team that I just routinely beat the crap out of in my final rivalry game, in which it was a joke. This year, I'm Minnesota. I have a rivalry with Wisconsin, which means every year I'm going to be playing fucking Wisconsin in the final week of the season. Every year. Every year, I'm going to end my season on a fucking user game. I'm so pissed. Oh, that's gonna suck, but yeah, I got 2 user games. I got UCLA and Wisconsin. So, assuming I could handle business versus the CPU teams, which some CPU teams are a lot easier said than done, right? Like Indiana's probably gonna run through me. They're like a 95 overall team in game, so I'm gonna get plowed by Indiana more than likely. Penn State, I think they're also a high overall team. Their record was very bad last year, but I think they're like an 88 to a 90. So, gonna probably lose the Penn State game. Also at Penn State, go figure. Northwestern, I should kill. Iowa might be close. Purdue, I should kill. Akron, Mississippi State, and FCS Midwest, I should kill all 3 of these teams. Washington, I have no clue what their situation is looking like. I think Michigan's also a good team, so. Year 1 for the gameplay league, I'm shooting for like 7 wins. I'm really hoping for 7 to 8 wins. I'm at a team disadvantage for most of my schedule, if not every conference game, so. This shit's gonna suck. So, chat, if you guys were on my last night's stream, you guys would know that I fucked up and bought my perks 1 year too early, which then made me have to restart my entire build. So, late last night, after my stream concluded, I went and purchased the rest of my build. So now we are officially halfway done with the best coach build in the game. We are officially halfway done. We got everything we wanted from base recruiter and elite recruiter, and now we are basically just going to try and cram everything we can left into talent developer. And if for some reason we have tokens left after buying nearly everything in talent developer, I will then just dump the rest of mine into program builder and CEO. So yes, after my stream ended last night, I spent like 4 more hours doing this. So here we go. We're in, what year are we? We're in 2031. And so now we can begin the talent dev grind. Very fun. Yeah, that's kind of like the cruel thing, Carver, is that I can make the slider go up, but they're still going to die all the same. So the only way I can fix that's by either turning it off entirely or just shrugging my shoulders and say, oh well. Unfortunately, the wear and tear in this game is closer to 25 than it was to 26. 26 had very good wear and tear. This year, it's kind of insane again. Big Tex, how we doing? How we doing? 500 sounds good. For I think my first year at Indiana, I went like 11-4 with like an 85 overall squad. So I have a 77 overall team now. So that's gonna be interesting. I have auto recruiting on, right? I do. Ooh, chat, I have a very big thing to tell you guys. After I get done simulating this, I'm gonna show you guys that I am back. Beastly's officially back. And if you guys don't know what I mean by that, I'm gonna have to cover the screen real quick, but while I set this up, 1 second. So as you guys know, or if you guys don't know, I was a big, not was, but, oh, this is not what I clicked. What the fuck? But in CFB 25, my favorite playbook in the game was Michigan. And then in CFB 26, my favorite playbook was also Michigan. And then going into CFB 27, the Michigan book got gutted. Because, well, John Harbaugh's not there anymore. And with the new guy, he runs a whole different offense. And so as you guys have been, watching my few games here and there and yada, 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 I've been kind of sad that my offense has kind of been dead because, like, they gutted the Michigan book. And so last night for the Content Creator League, someone gave me an idea. They were like, hey, you should use Bama's playbook because Bama pretty much runs the entire offense that Michigan does. I'm like, no, the hell they don't. There's no way the CFB 27 Bama book has anything like the Michigan book in 25 and 26. And so then I was searching through their playbook, and as you guys can see, first playbook or first formation right there, wing pair. RPO duo alert, one of my favorite RPOs. We got halfback duo, we got halfback inside zone, we got obviously all go right there, we got the read option, we got halfback stretch. This is literally a copy and paste of the Michigan wing pair. It is exactly a copy and paste. And I'm like, wait a minute. If they have a copy and paste of wing pair, that means they also have a copy and paste of I-form. Several I-forms, tight, wing over, several I-forms. Like, wait a minute. If they have wing pair, they have I-form, does that mean they also have the triple tight end stack? And the answer is no. They don't have the triple tight end from under center, which was my favorite under center formation last year. However, they got wing tight, which, as you guys can look, wing tight is the exact same wing tight from Michigan. So even though I lost my triple tight end under center formation, it's not that bad because I also get Y off trips, Y bunch, wing slot. I get a lot of pistols, which I didn't have in last year's game. And so I'm sitting and I'm like, wow, this playbook is like 95% Michigan. This is kind of crazy for Alabama. What the hell? And I was scrolling through like more of their plays, and they have this, wonderful zone option or speed option. Again, if you've played me last year or watched me play, you guys know how much I love my zone options. And I'm like, wow, this playbook is super familiar. Speaking of this playbook being copy and paste of Michigan last year, verticals, love this from this formation. Speed options, PA wheel, both very good plays. If you guys know what my favorite run in the game last year, again, if you watched or ever played me, you guys know halfback ISO. Halfback ISO was my go-to run play last year. This run play, I averaged more one-play touchdowns calling this play than any other play in my playbook. And they have halfback ISO. And I'm like, Jesus, why is all of these... Why is this... This is basically the Michigan playbook from last year. However, because it's Alabama, there's a few subtlety differences. Another great subtlety difference I'm going to show you that Michigan didn't have in their playbook last year, which, wait, no, where is it? Is it here? I don't know where it's at, but there is the annoying RPO Y flat. I'm like struggling to find it, but that annoying ass play that like every other playbook had but Michigan's, they also have it in their playbook. I'm like, ooh, I get to have all the shit I already liked and all the shit I was already good at running with some new shit. Speaking of some shit I like to run, we got Bunch Strong Offset. Has my 3 or 4 favorite Bunch Strong offset. As you guys can see, Bunch Nasty has my favorite play in Bunch Nasty in this formation as well, along with a new formation in Trips Y over, which was not in the playbook last year, which is pretty cool. And another play that, again, if you've played me, right, Carver, he's a very big fiend for playing me. We had a lot of great games last year. They have good old try and true Trey offset. I love this formation. I love the inside zone from this formation last year. It's a great formation, obviously. And then we have my 5 wides. This is like 95% the Michigan playbook. I'm not joking. I am missing like 2 or 3 formations, but it's the same playbook. Which is funny because I'm like, okay, I'll take it. So I got my playbook back. So there will no longer be a day in which there's no longer going to be a day where I don't know what plays I'm calling because I have now found my playbook back. But that's just offense. We're going to call a random play here. And I also found my defense last night. Oh, wrong button. But as you guys know, last year, I ran the multiple 4-3 defense. It was the best defense in Sim and was the best defense for playing the games. And then this year, they gutted the multiple 4-3 to be a shell of what it once was. I am shocked that DB just caught that slant, but I was kind of annoyed that they gutted my 4-3 multiple, and I was scrolling through the new playbooks they added last night. As you guys can see, 4-3 over, which is normal. 4-3 wide. Okay, that's new. I didn't have that last year in 4-3 multiple. 4-3 under, had that last year. 4-3 under wide, that's also brand new. And then odd, which is not new. I've had that last year. And then one of my favorite defenses in the game, one of the best run-stopping defenses, 6-1. And I'm like, okay, so I get my 4-3 over, I get my 6-1, right? I get some new toys to play with, though, the wide and the new spreads. That's cool. If you guys are curious, the difference between the regular 4-3 over and the over wide, your D linemen line up like 3 yards apart or for more space. So it's a really good defensive line alignment for like spread shit, like toss and stuff. So getting wide over and regular over along with 6-1 was really cool. But what gave this playbook away to me was that like I knew what this playbook was the moment I saw 4-6 bear. 4-6 bear was a pretty exclusive defense last year. There's not many playbooks that had 4-6 bear. What makes this formation really unique is you could have basically either 8 defensive linemen on the field or 8 linebackers on the field. You can pretty much substitute anyone you want on the field that's not the 1 safety and 2 back corners. So 4-6 bear was one of the better defenses last year to stopping the run, because if you have a person who's just spamming a bunch of runs, you can take your linebackers off the field and move them to be D linemen. Now, I wouldn't recommend that because if the person passes, you're kind of fucked. But vice versa, if you're noticing the person's passing a lot, you can move your D linemen to be linebackers and have some better defense. And so the moment I'm like, wait a minute, this has the regular over, this has the 6-1, this has bear. Does that mean I'm going to have over? And I scrolled down to nickel last night. I'm like, oh my God, it has over. And if you guys know, roll cover 3 cloud was my most called defense last year. Cover 3 cloud was one of the better defenses in the game last year. And the moment I saw cover 3 cloud, I was like, holy shit, we're back. I know what this playbook is. And so if you guys can see where this is going, if I click to the right, I have the regular over and I have the wide over, just like the 4-3. It's the same formation, just with wider D-line splits. Then you have load, which is a little different. It like moves your D tackles to the weird gaps. It's for causing funny stunts. Single mug, or load mug, then single mug, and then double mug. And the moment I saw double mug, I was like, oh my goodness, this is the playbook. But as you guys can tell, actually, you guys might not tell. Chat, what's supposed to be in this? After double mug, there's supposed to be one more defense. What's that defense supposed to be? For all you guys who used my defense last year, you guys would know that the formation after double, there's supposed to be one before double mug, or after double mug, and before over. They removed it from this playbook, which is sad that I lost it. Actually, I lied. I lost 2 defenses. Yeah, I lied. I lost 2. There were 2 nickels that I used to have in this playbook that I lost. I would assume they got replaced with the wide and the load. But either way, this is like, again, like 95% my OG playbook. And so, if you didn't use the 4-3 multiple last year, you got 3-3-5 stack and you got 3-3 cub. Those 2 formations aren't in this playbook no more. I think they literally just copy and pasted everything else and just said, we're going to have load, nickel load and nickel wide to replace 3-3-5 tight and, or no, 3-3-5 stack and to replace 3-3 cub. So I didn't really use 3-3 cub hardly at all last year. And I obviously didn't use 3-3-5 stack because the defense was bugged, so I just didn't touch that at all. So losing those 2 defenses kind of stinks, but I also didn't use them, so whatever. I get my same double mug, single mug, load mug, and regular wide and over. And then another thing we lost in this defense, currently, if you go under dime with the current book I'm using, you get 3-2. That's all you get. Last year, there was it like 1-2-6? There was obviously 3-2. There was a bunch of different dimes. And this year, they basically have given us one, or given me 1 dime, which isn't the end of the world because I don't really ever call dime except for on very odd circumstances. So it's annoying. I kind of lost my other dimes, but whatever. I don't. The main bulk of my defense is 4-3 and nickel. Bear and dime are kind of situational defenses for different people. But yeah, this is my defensive playbook. So yeah, they gutted my 4-3 multiple playbook. But they really didn't gut my 4-3 multiple playbook because they just shoved all the plays from the old playbook into a new playbook. Kind of like what they did with the Michigan offense. They just shoved the old Michigan offense into a different playbook. So that cracks me the fuck up. So yeah, for all you guys who are going to play me in the online league, just know that I am back, baby. I am fucking back. I get to call my plays again. I'm so happy. Get to have my adjustments. Oh, I'm so back. We're back, baby. And if you don't play me in the Sim League, then all of that was just a bunch of gibberish. But if you do play me in the league, that shit's gonna be fun. Very fun. Yeah, Carver, the NIL I feel like is going to be a big thing this year. The NIL is going to, whether it's the Sim League or the Gameplay League, the NIL will determine who does and or doesn't succeed, which will be fun. Well, see, I'm not going to say I'm never going to try new formations, Carver. You're funny. You're funny, Woody. I'm not saying I'm never going to use new formations, but it is the stuff I've grown accustomed to, so I'm glad I can always go back to the thing I'm accustomed to. What's the defensive playbook? Jace, I'm not telling you. I'll give you a hint. It's a defensive playbook in the game. That shit took me like fucking 2 hours to find, Jace. I ain't telling you. Nah, but for real though, it's not. It's trust me, you'll find it very quickly. It's not, the defense anyways is not that hard to find. Offense though, offense a little different story, but Caleb 6. What do you mean 6? Skylark, what playbook is most similar to Alabama's old playbook though? Okay, I'm gonna drop you guys some heat, okay? How EA definitely the 425. I plead the fifth, Your Honor. I plead the fifth, right? Stay tuned for when I eventually cover my playbook video that's gonna be dropping eventually. But if you want to know, Skylark, and I'm not just talking to you, I'm talking to anyone who's watching my stream. If you want to know where the plays went, the best thing I can recommend you is follow their offensive coordinator. That's all I'm going to say. Because the reason why the Michigan playbook went extinct is because they took the plays from the book and threw in the Utah plays because the new coach the new coach was the former Utah coach. So if you're looking to find the new version of your old playbook, just go find where the offensive coordinator went to go coach, and that's the reason why their playbook changed. So all my Michigan plays did leave Michigan, but they got filled somewhere else. Pro tip. Now, I don't know if EA is going to change this, but now that I know how this works, the coordinator that's responsible for my favorite playbook in the game, I'm just going to go follow him on Twitter, and everywhere he goes, I'm going to make sure to write that down so I can go find his playbook in the game and always use it, because next year, he might not be employed there, and then the book's going to change again. But guess what? As long as I follow him, my plays are still going to be my plays. So yeah, so shout out the content creator league I'm in. Preston is Preston gave me an idea, and thanks to Preston and me having 2 hours of time to kill on my hands, I went through the playbooks and was like, oh, I found it. Now, are those playbooks any good as in like Sim? I have no idea, but they're good for the gameplay, which is all I really give a shit about. And who knows, if you guys would like to see me have my own little ebook for my own scheme I've been running for like 15 years, let me know. I'll charge you guys $0.00. I will release a free ebook that shows you all my favorite plays. Free of charge. Your whole roster in a sim league wants to train. Well, luckily for you, Lyle, the cap is 10. So you can only lose your top 10 worst guys. And just so we're clear, if anyone types in this chat what that playbook was that I'm using, I'm going to insta-ban you. I want that to be saved for my playbook video. I will happily show you guys it's in the game, but it's like a scavenger hunt. You guys can go find it until the video comes out. Which, if you're curious, was the reason why I covered the screen. I covered the screen because I was like, I don't want you guys to know about this before the video. That'll ruin the video. We got 22 minutes, guys. 22 minutes, and we are advancing both leagues. Nah, but like for real though, like everything I run offensively and defensively, literally, like it's the most generic shit in the game. I made a joke about like making my ebook free, but that's because it's not really an ebook. It's just I've called the same offense for so long. Because even back before college football came out, in Madden, I ran the fuck, who was it? I want to say it's the New England Patriots because they ran a multiple defense, and it was it San Francisco? I forget what the defense, but basically I ran the same defense in this game as I ran on Madden since like fucking Madden 17. Literally, it's the same formations, the same shit. And then an offense, I used to run the Jets, the Raiders, and the Saints. I ran the Saints offense from like 2015 to like 2020. And I ran the Raiders from like 2021 to like 2022. And then from like 2022 to 2023. Actually, I might have had that backwards by a couple years. I think I ran the Saints offense from like 2015 to like 2018. Then from like 2019 to 2020, I ran the Raiders. And then from like 2021 to from 2021 to 2020, I ran the Saints or the Jets. Either way, I've pretty much run the same offense for like 10 years. Because even though they might throw the plays in different playbooks, they're the same plays that do the same shit. Which was the reason why I felt so naked coming into this game, where it's like, no, they took my Michigan playbook from me. Whatever shall I do? And I found it. I'm like, oh, shit, never mind. I can fucking play the game again. Woohoo. I guess you could also say that it's kind of shitty that EA's virtually changed nothing for like most teams' playbooks for a long time. Them's Gonko? That's crazy. Say 4 yards per rush, or let's say 4 touchdowns. Holy fuck, that was 7 receptions for 4 touchdowns. That's a hell of a game. Blaze, basically, what's up? Did you get a chance to see Max Plays video breaking down the numbers on recruiting actions? No, I have not.
Greetings and welcome to a very special moment on the annual sports calendar. The Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports. Inside the Tiburon Theater, I'm Chris Fowler. So proud to bring you Heisman Trophy night.
Blaze, what's the TLDR in the video? Damn, my guy only had 82 catches. 1,400 yards and 16 touchdowns on 80 catches is insane. Damn, I know I forced won all my games, but our numbers are stupid this year. Well, now begins the next fun, very fun process of this entire thing, which is to find 2 talent dev coordinators and keep them forever. Let's see how this goes, shall we? Dude, could you imagine if there's like no more talent devs and they're all extinct? Oh, you gotta be trolling me. Oh, you gotta be trolling. There's no talent devs. They're all gone. Well, that's irritating. They're all master motivators, elite recruiters, and scheme gurus. With a few architects sprinkled in there. That sucks. That means next year I gotta fire my coordinator again. And hope to God I can find one next year. I might already be fucked. Well, that's bad. Oh, you are ooh. To get the coordinators I want, I have begun to just go for like max contracts. Well, we have a talent dev DC, which I guess isn't that bad. But not having a talent dev OC does suck. Do he accept, though? He do accept. Okay. I'm hoping that there's like an elite recruiter or a master motivator that's also somewhat upgraded in talent dev, like this. This guy would kind of be perfect. Considering I don't have anyone left. Right, I'll scroll through the list one more time, but there is no more pure talent developers on the offensive side. There's hybrid guys, but the issue with the hybrid guys is there's not any guarantee they'll upgrade their main thing. But it's better than nothing, so we'll just do it that way. Blaze, he was just giving the actual numbers behind influence gain for each action and how each letter grade works in cells. Spoiler alert, it's random on how much you gain based on the grades when selling. I don't think that's entirely true, Blaze. I don't think it's random, but I think there's a degree of predictability to it. I don't think a fucking C grade's gonna get the same points as like an A+. But like an A- to an A+ or an A, I'm sure they're all the same. And I think Mike Bobo actually might have more. But they're the same person, though. It's... No. Yeah, I'll just roll with that. We'll see if we can get them, but more than likely next year I'm gonna have to fire. So. Oh, well. EA changed hard cells to be more random. That makes no sense. Yes, Professor, I am flexing my endless amounts of money. Endless amounts of schmeckles. Mostly because we're getting all of our AD perks every year, so it's adding up over time. No, not random like that. Just how much influence you could gain is based on what slot it ends up in. It's like 2-point swing either way. Okay, I'm gonna have to go listen to the Max video in the background with my headphones. Because MM Beasley's crazy, man. I have it playing in the background so I can hear what Max is saying. Because I want to see if this is actually new information or if this is shit I already knew that just you guys didn't know. That's always the really fun thing about these information videos. Yes. Okay, so I'm officially a minute into Max's video, and he learned that sending the house gives you the most influence. Shocker. I never would have guessed that. The fuck? No, 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 Max Bartholomew the Third. There is no way I just heard you utter those words out your mouth. I'm gonna rewind that just to make sure I didn't mishear him at 3 times speed. I think this motherfucker just said pipelines didn't matter for anything but hard and soft cells. That's not how pipelines have ever worked. Literally ever. Again, this is like me watching a video of information I already knew, but you guys just didn't know, so it's new for you guys, not new. I thought EA was pretty clear how pipelines worked. Pipelines multiply everything. That includes your regulars in the house, that includes your 25, that includes your 5, that include... If you do anything with the player, the pipeline gives you bonus points. That's the fucking point of the pipeline. Which is why I've always... That's why I was always, you know, bugging about my pipelines, is because the pipelines matter. Contrary to popular belief, pipelines actually matter. I'm gonna keep watching the video, Blaze, but that cracks me up that we're 2 minutes into this video and homie was like, I just learned that pipelines matter. I'm like, what? What do you mean you just learned this? Of all the things EA is ambiguous about, the pipelines was not something they were very ambiguous. It's like, yeah, they just give you bonus points. That's the entire thing. Okay, back to listen to the video. Rock, we are very geeked up, Rock. You can say we are very rocked up right now, not gonna lie. Don't worry, Blaze. I'll get there. I'm just laughing at I'm 2 minutes into a Max video, and I'm like, my brother in Christ. That's not new information. Damn, I was right. Damn, I didn't know this, obviously, because we have the files for the game now, so we can go and learn the actual data. I knew, obviously, you want a tier 5 and the tier 1s or tier 0s are bad, right? Obviously, like, no shit. The gap between a tier 5 pipeline and a tier 4 is huge. And the gap between a 4 and a 3 is also huge. But a gap between a 0, a 1, and a 2 is basically negligible. That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't know the exact numbers, but obviously you want to have as best of a pipeline as you possibly can. But now that we have the actual metrics, it's kind of cool. Oh, okay. Okay, Blaze. I now comprehend what you were saying. Okay, yes. That was something I like just discovered like 3 weeks ago. When I was playing the launch July 2nd. And it's so funny because I noticed that because of EA, not even myself. I'll show exactly what Max is referring to right now. Or not really right now, but in the transfer portal. That's too funny. Actually, I probably don't even need to turn off auto recording to show this. And we'll see. So what does he have? He has tier 2, 1 through 2 on everything. What does he have? So I can buy tier 1 for running backs, receivers. Actually, I could do the first 2 tiers here and tier 1 here. So now we just got to keep waiting for them to buy their perks, which he should. Deion Sanders, a.k.a. Kirkpatrick, should keep going down the talent developer route and be done relatively soon. The issue is Taylor Mauser. I think Taylor Mauser is going to keep going into recruiter because that is his primary thing. So he might, again, I'm probably going to fire him next year, but not a bad start. Okay, so to explain what Blaze was talking about, if you schedule someone for a visit, again, I just learned this because EA, but as you guys can see in the middle of your screen, underneath the actual activity screens, there's now a bar, right? Last year, there was no bar. Or actually, there was bars, but there was 10 bars, but you would only see them after you did the visit, right? You couldn't tell going into it whether it was a good or bad visit. But as you guys can see with my brand exposure, it's an A+, but only, was that 1, 2, yeah, 4 of the 5 bars are filled up. But if I scroll down to Champ Contender, as you can see, which is his biggest deal breaker, it's his most important deal breaker. All 5 of the bars are filled up. So this was technically in the game last year, but people noticed it towards the end. And luckily for this year, EA has graciously put it on the HUD now. So you can directly see that the gap between this A+ and this A+ is only 1 box, right? Beastly, what's the difference between a 5 of 5 box versus a 4 of 5 box? You know, prior to us having the game on the college port or college football on the PC port, we didn't have an exact measurement. It was just 1 box to 2 box, right? It's just an extra box. Now we objectively know the direct numbers because, again, people can data mine the games. And so if you have a A+ letter and that is their most important deal breaker, so i.e. for Dom Choice over here, his most important deal breaker is obviously champ contender. That's why there's a little icon next to it. That would register as a plus 48 influence, which we have the actual numbers now. Whereas a regular A+ that he's like interested in, but not completely, is 36. So you get an extra 12 influence for choosing the grade that matters the most to them, which that 12 influence may not seem like a big deal. But again, when you multiply the influence modifier with like the pipelines and the perks and the coordinators and all that shit, that extra 12 points adds up. So, yeah, I just learned about this literally when this game came out, because the first day I played the game, I was like, why is that 3, but this 4? Or why is that 2 and this is 3? So yeah, it's kind of cool though that we have the exact numbers now. But yeah, I had no idea that was a thing last year. And neither did most people, so. We only really found out this year, which is still pretty cool. Yes. Ah, that's also what you mean, Blaze, by it being random. Okay. That kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. You know what? After I said it kind of makes sense, I then retract my statement. I think the slot 1, 2, and 3 thing, Blaze, I think that should be predicated based off of the deal breaker. Right? I think whatever is the most important deal breaker they have, that should always be slot 1. But that also makes sense by it being random, because if you have everything as an A+, it doesn't really matter which thing the game picks as the hard sell, or the hard sell, as the most important sell of the 3, because you have 3 A+. That does kind of make sense now. Why, like, you could still get lucky with a DDA versus an A and A and A. That does make sense. Now, I don't like it. I think there should be a little more consistency to why the letters that EA picks are the letters EA picks, but I get what you mean now. The of the 3 letters, every recruit, it randomizes which of those 3 are the most important, which is kind of annoying. Ooh, my QBs suck. The other funny thing is, too, is like he just said, the whole C plus thing is still the exact same. As long as it's at least above a C plus, you're fine. That's cool. But yeah, shout out you, Dustin. Shout out you, Professor. Appreciate y'all. 17 likes. Hell yeah. That's so cool. Okay. Well, video done. And, yes. It's kind of like funny though. They just pick random letters. Yes. Okay, you guys gotta stop being up my ass about when we advance. It's a very good way of getting your ass bounced. Obviously, I said I'm gonna advance at 7. It's 7:05. Why haven't I advanced? Well, that's because I was busy watching a 10-minute YouTube video. So, there you go. I can assure you, when I said I'm going to advance the league, I'm going to advance the league. So, there you go. I am covering the screen, and then we are out here. Make sure I got my blueprints ready. I do. Let's get into it. We are officially in week 0 for the Sim League. Hell yeah, brothers. I'm gonna go ahead and glad I'm hiding my screen. That way you guys can see who I'm recruiting. Big nice, big nice, big nice. Now let's go into the gameplay league. Make sure I have all my stuff allocated properly. I do. Let's go ahead and advance this as well. Leagues have been advanced. Nice. Schnoz, it's going so far the best attempt we've had so far. I'm kind of crossing my fingers I can snag some talent developers because I found one my first year and then I'm still missing one. So this could explode very quickly. Assuming it does not though. We got a fucking user game in week 0. That's crazy. No worries, Schnoz, no worries. I didn't even realize there was a week 0 game. I thought everyone had week 0 off. That's nuts. Well, good luck to you guys, and may the first league advance go well. We're also only level coach 65. We still got 35 more levels to go. Ugh. Have you started the league? Am I too late? Quad, if you are not on the list, you are too late, yes. Will not be taking any new applicants until the very end of the first seasons for both of them. When I kick the rule breakers and the inactive people and shit like that. Haven't technically updated the rules yet on the Discord, but who was it? Rock versus whoever you the only user game we have this week. You got to turn off the green catching. Haven't technically updated that yet, but yeah, you there's no green catching in this league, so turn that setting off. What's your favorite nickname for any athlete, current or past? That's a great question. Well, most of my Patriot players didn't really end up having nicknames, right? Like Tom Brady's nickname, like the GOAT, but like that's not really exclusive to him. I mean, it is, but like, eh. And Gronk is just the shortened version of Gronkowski, which is not really much of a nickname. I don't know. I feel like most modern athletes don't have nicknames anymore. I feel like the whole nickname trend died a while ago. I guess William Perry the fridge was pretty funny. Dude was so fat and large. They called that man a kitchen appliance. That's pretty funny. Yeah, Carver, I'm glad you watched the civil video. It's just until EA fixes the catching rate of the Ags, it's turned off in my league. If there's an update that fixes the Ags, I'll let you guys turn it back on, but I'm not about to sit here and lose to someone who's just fucking throwing Hail Marys the entire game. I refuse. I'm already gonna lose to some EA bullshit, probably. I'm not gonna add more bullshit on top of the bullshit I'm gonna get smacked with, so. I was gonna update the Discord rules last night, but lost Wi-Fi, got tired, went to bed, woke up, dealt with a crazy heat and a fun summer heat wave, and I didn't do much. But I'll update the rules soon, so. You, my friend, are the most important guy on this list because you are the literal only talent, the only talent developer I know is left. So literally whatever contract you want, I will give you. The other guy, though, yeah, you're fired. Javon Curse the Freak. That one's not bad. I don't feel like Javon Curse was good enough to earn that nickname, but that one's not bad. Quad, members had first dibs, but you weren't in any of the streams, so. There were multiple days of back-to-back-to-back streams in which I was filling spots. Rock, he has to be in the Discord. He just hasn't changed his name yet. But Quad, just wait until the end of the year, and I'm sure I'll have inactive people. I'm sure I'm going to kick some guys, so. You can just fill in then. But yeah, I had a like 6-hour stream Friday, like a 5-hour stream Saturday, and another stream Sunday. Just filling in spots, so. Obviously, the people who were actively in chat and actively ready, I'm going to put in front of the maybes or the hopefully guys.
On the annual sports calendar, the Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports.
I average like 5 evictions a year or a season, so trust me, there'll be plenty of fill-in spots for sure.
Each of these guys have hung out together, got to know each other better, but ultimately the night's going to belong to.
Jarrett, are we locked in? Yes. The week has been advanced, so there will be no new people until the end of the very first season. I will open it back up for after the national championship, but there will be no new guys till then. I used to let people join mid-year, but what I noticed happened a lot is dudes would join mid-season, they'd play for 2 or 3 weeks, and then leave. So how you fix that problem is by giving them the transfer portal, and I've noticed most guys who have the transfer portal will stay. So until the end of the national championship, there will be no new people. I need a talent fucking developer, please. Please. Chat, this challenge might be cooked. And by cooked, I mean physically impossible to do. Yeah, I am not trolling. I don't think you can do this anymore. I don't think you can do this. I think literally all the talent developers retire after the first, like, 3 years. Or I'm just getting really, really, really unlucky with coordinators back-to-back years, but I have to find someone that has talent developer as their partial, which is just so difficult. Oh, he has one. Greg Harbaugh. No bullshit, I might have to settle on him just because he might be the only talent developer to actually exist. Shit, I wish this was like real life. I could just grab a DC and move him to HC or OC. Mighty Mouse, I agree with you, Professor, was a weird one. Yeah, Schnaz, the more of you guys who do click the button for the Sim League, the faster that shit will go by. Moving this year of recruiting is crazy. Lamau, when are you going to make your guides? Probably soon. I'll probably have the quarterback stuff done soon. I'm trying to get the best coach build cranked out, but I think the best coach build is impossible in this game. And I think it's impossible because of EA. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom and see if I can find one, but I'm like 95% sure that talent developers don't exist past 2030. And there's no way you can physically get talent developer purchased for cheap in the same time frame you can get elite recruiter purchased for cheap. Again, I could have gotten just very unlucky with back-to-back cycles having no talent devs, but I don't think they exist. The best coach build this year might end up being a master motivating elite recruiter. Just because there's an infinite amount of master motivators and elite recruiters. Yeah. That sucks. Yeah, move this the same way you would start last year moving, how I'd recommend starting this year. Start with recruiter and then hop straight into motivator. In Beasley, we believe. Well, you might believe in me, Professor, and I appreciate that. But unfortunately, what EA does is what EA does, and I really can't control that. So, I think legitimately there's like 5 talent devs that spawn, period. And I think 2 of the 5 are high-level coaches that end up despawning relatively quick. Which means you then have to catch the rest of them. Which I'm going to keep trying, but... if I only have one actual talent dev on my thing, it will significantly hinder my progress. So, the reason why I have a list of all of your guys' names on it is to prevent shit like this from happening. As you guys can see, Rock changed his name to NC State Wolfpack so you can get in contact with him to actually schedule the games. If you go to the Gameplay League, which is the one we're looking for, he is scheduled to play Virginia, which is E.R. George. Unfortunately, I don't know what E.R. George's Discord name is, because it's not E.R. George. So help me God, if he doesn't change his Discord name, I'm going to instantaneously boot him. Because I am not opening the year with some idiot who can't change his fucking name. Holy shit. Some of you guys have been on the list for going on a fucking week. There's some people who got into the thing last night who have already changed their names. Unacceptable. Oh, Jared, I know they're trying to nerf me for sure. It's what EA do. Well, Shanaz, there are a couple architects and a couple strategists, but there's not very many. So it's not a lot. Last year there was like 15. This year there's like 5, maybe 4. Yeah, Rock, I'm sure you enjoyed that. I'm not kidding. Like I have a like very low tolerance for stupid. I have an incredibly low tolerance for stupid. I literally gave them the warning. You are not in the league until you join the Discord and you read the rules, and everyone's like, yeah, I joined the Discord. Yeah, I read the rules. No, the fuck you didn't. Because if you fucking did, you would know you're not doing it right. Opening the season with a Force win, Rock, would be the most cliche online Dynasty experience you could possibly have. I am not even trolling. That is the most just cliche, like, of course, someone's not ready and they haven't changed their fucking name. Of course. Because why would they be ready? Why? What's the purpose in being ready? And not just have I given people like damn near a week to be prepared. I even delayed the advance from Monday night to Tuesday night. They had an extra fucking day to get prepared. Zilch. Fucking crazy. Raw, how do you force your team to have to play 4 playoff games? You have to be in a really bad conference like the Pac-12 or the MAC or something. So even though you go undefeated, you'll go 12-0, you'll still be forced to play the extra game. Also, my receiver just went for 2,400 yards and 23 touchdowns. Holy shit. What a hell of a performance. Okay, Harbaugh, what do you have? He has the tier 1 for quarterback and tier 1 for O-line. Well, how is he doing? This mother... Okay, he maxed out D-line and kicker and punter. So at least he's developing. I can consistently count on him developing. It's just this jackass that's not going to develop worth a lick. The only way he's going to develop is if he maxes out Master Motivator. And then goes down Talent Dev because me and the other guy's going down it, but it's not a good shot here. This is looking pretty bad. One could say it's looking dreary. I just cannot believe EA Giga nerfed talent developers this year, man. That's fucking wild to me. That is so wild to me. Yes. Yes, I will. Chat, here's my... For the 40 of you guys who just hopped in my stream, appreciate y'all. We went from like 17 viewers to damn near 40. Appreciate y'all. My goal is the first episode of my How To Dynasty series. I want that to be the best coach build video like it was last year, in which I cover what is the best coach build in this game, and then explain why Architect, Tactician, and Strat are not that good. That's my plan for my first How To Dynasty episode. My second How To Dynasty episode is going to be playbooks and pipelines, like it was last year. But what's hindering me, and what has been hindering me, is one, obviously it takes time to test these things. I have used only a whopping 10 playbooks in the game, so there could be more really good playbooks. There might not be. I have no idea. I've only done technically one rebuild. So it's not like I have a great sample size going on here. Where last year when I made my video, I had tens of rebuilds under my belt, and I've had, thousands of seasons played. So I had a lot of data to go off of to make the video. This year, the game came out almost 20 days ago. So, or for me, 20 days, for you guys, about 15. So, there is some level of time to then test things and figure shit out. And then, aside from having to test things and figure shit out, there was no Coach XP slider in this game until like a week ago. So, even though I could sim 30 seasons in a row, it wouldn't make me a level 100 coach, which means I can't make the best coach build video if my coach build's not finished. So, this is obviously a new thing, so blame EA and or taking time to actually figure shit out. Yeah, Brad, don't worry. We got to wait till next year to get that as a pre-order bonus, where you got to spend an extra $45 on the game just to have your coordinators not fuck you. Because literally, if I had control over what my coordinator could upgrade, I would just tell my offensive coordinator, hey, just go ahead and upgrade talent developer. Ignore recruiter and ignore motivator. Just go talent dev. And within like 3 years, I'd be done. But unfortunately, because he's a primary motivator, he will always prioritize motivator over these other two. And then when he eventually does get motivator done, it's a 50-50 coin flip whether he goes down base recruiter or he goes down talent developer. So I might have to sit with him for the next 15 seasons until he eventually gets talent dev, which at that point is just way too late. So I mean, maybe the wave is to just waste your 200 tokens in recruiter, get talent developer done first, and then after you get talent developer done first, then go back for elite recruiter. That might be how you have to do this. Which again is irritating because I'm like 8 or so years in the save file, so restarting would fucking blow, but there's not much I can do when EA's just not spawning the talent dev coordinators and or they're just extinct, so. I agree, Brad. I agree. Makes no sense how my head coach can't be like, yo, OC, ignore recruiter and ignore motivator. I need you to just go ahead and mag dump talent dev, please. It's like, okay, boss. Because there's thousands of elite recruiters and motivators. There's just like 5 talent devs, so attempt 8 might have to get eaten because we don't have enough talent devs. Again, I'm gonna keep trying, but attempt 8 might have to get yeeted for attempt 9. I gotta actually, I already know what I'm gonna name attempt 9. I won't say a single word until it pops up on the screen, and I want to see if you guys get the reference. Assuming we get to an attempt 9. If we get to an attempt 9, then oh well, but Cardi G, you know what else is irritating? The fact that we have talked about a quicker way to apply points for players, yet still by yeah, that was some I feel like EA's never gonna change. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, Cardi G, but they didn't at any point have any quality of life update for 26, and they haven't did anything for 27. So I highly doubt in 28 it'll magically up it. So that's just gonna be our probably perma system, is just dealing with single upgrades that take hours. Like, again, EA thought they could fix the problem by just giving you less tokens. See, they can't complain about spending hours upgrading their team if we just give them less tokens to spend. It's like, no, bitch. Why are you nerfing our players' ability to fucking develop? Just make the game not shit, please. Rather than you giving me 100 less upgrade tokens a year, how about you give me a way to spend 100 more tokens faster? What the fuck's the problem here? That's funny, Professor. Yeah, God forbid the sim company actually does sim properly. Well, people wouldn't use the manual progression, Brad, if it wasn't so fucking dog shit. I mean, you guys can see I'm manually progressing my team, in which I'm force winning every single game for XP purposes, of course. And my team is struggling to touch the 90s with auto upgrade. And keep in mind, I have the 20% package buff from the thing. I have the other 20% buff for having an A+ facility. I have now motivator and talent developers on my staff. And my team, my AI team, is still struggling to touch the 90s. The AI is just too bad at upgrading your players. So you have to manually do it yourself if you want good players. But then if you want good players, manually gotta sacrifice like 5 hours of your life. So it's truly a lose, lose, lose. The CPU is also still getting 3 stars, as if we can't afford like every 5-star in the game. That's kind of funny. Well, you guys know the drill. Let's go ahead and fire this guy and just cross our fingers we can find a new coach that's not ass. Oh, yeah, they have abilities, but too bad abilities don't mean dick in Sim. Yes, Aiden, yes. Talent developer is still both the best tree in the game and the best for leveling up your players, which is funny because you really can't argue with me and my quote-unquote opinions because they're so strong and so correct that even EA agrees with me, which is why EA nerfed them. Yeah, I can assure you, if it really wasn't that overpowered, EA wouldn't have nerfed the skill tree, and EA wouldn't have basically made the coordinators go extinct, so. But what do I know? Clearly, Tactician must be the most overpowered because it got the most buffs. It's the cheapest perk in the game. There's 1,000 coordinators that have it, and nobody wants them, so. Clearly, Tactician must be the wave. Clearly. And I would just make my own coordinators like last year, but unfortunately I can't because they retire and or leave so frequently, so.
Very special moment on the annual sports calendar. The Heisman Trophy ceremony.
It's not good.
By EA Sports. Inside the
It's very not
Tiburon
good.
Theater, I'm Chris Fowler. So proud to bring you
There's my
Heisman
QB.
Trophy night every year. So many memories come out of this night. Each of these guys have hung out together, got to know each other better, but ultimately, the night's going to belong
Let's just
to
skip
one
this.
guy.
My receiver or QB probably won Heisman, let's see. Yep, my receiver for the 8th year in a row. Crazy. No strategist, lol. I mean, that's also true. There's like 1,000 of them. So good. So good. I think literally what EA did, and I have no actual factual evidence to back up this statement. This is just pure theory. I think what EA did was to make the talent devs more rare. They took the coordinators last year that were talent developers and made them elite recruiters and or master motivators this year. I think that's what they did. Do we have a talent developer? Let's see. Oh, we're so fucked, chat. We have one! Holy shit, they do exist! Brian Hartline, you beautiful man! Holy shit! Oh, we found one! It took us 3 years! Is there any more? Or is he the only one? Holy fuck, we found one. Oh, he's the last one of his kind. Yeah, he's the last one, because level 0 coaches can't have it. Dude, we found one talent developer in 3 years. If he doesn't accept my offer, I'm gonna cry. Please accept my offer. Please accept my offer. Please don't fuck me. Please don't fuck me. Please. You are literally the only guy left in... Oh, please. 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 I gave you 500. You were asking for 350. We got him! Ah, we can repopulate the globe. We can have talent developer babies. Let's go. Nah, but for real though, when I do fire him off my staff in the future, it's gonna be really sad to fire him because he will be the last of his kind, so when I kick him to the curb, he will literally be the dodo, so that's crazy. Cardi, I'm sure you've mentioned this already, but which offensive playbooks have you liked so far for when you play the games? So last year I ran multiple 4-3 and the Michigan playbook, and this year I am going to be using the new Michigan playbook and the new multiple 4-3. Both of those have been moved to new or different playbooks this year, and I will cover what those are eventually in my playbook video. Aiden, why Professor? Haven't used either. What? The last melon. Oh my god, Professor, you're right. The last melon, bro. Oh, you're about strategist? Oh yeah, strategist is a horrible perk. Don't buy tactician, don't buy strat, and don't buy architect. That shit's ass. That shit's pure ass. It's virtually useless. Chat, we're in 2034. We're in 2034. If we can get this done by 2040, I'll be so happy. Because then I won't have to look at this fucking orange, wow. This Oregon green ever again. Thank you. Please. Please. And then we can do it all over again with a different coach. But that one's going to be a much quicker save file. Much quicker. QB played great. Never would have saw that coming with my playbook. Never. Dude threw for 5 touchdowns in the natty. Holy shit. Let's go look at our beautiful baby boy. Brian Hartline, we meet again. What do you have, big dog? Yes! Oh, we have so much to work with, chat. Hey, what does he have? So he has everything. Oh, he's up to tier 3 for QBs. Are you also up to tier 3 for? Oh, you are. Which means I can buy up to tier 3. Nope, that's not. Nice. Halfback, I have tier 1 for that. He is also tier 1. We can do receivers next. Right? Yeah, I can go up to tier 2 for wide receivers. Oh, I have that. Tier 2 for the O-line. He's done. And then for defense, we have tier 2, 1 and 1. Tier 2, 1 and 1. Okay, so I can get tier 1 for all these. At least tier 1. I can go tier 2 for D-line, right? I can. Sweet. We will come back next year and buy more shit. Hopefully. Hopefully. Next. Tavon, it's funny how EA nerfed the position change cheese for QBs, but you can still cheese every other spot. How'd they change it for QBs? Tavon, what they do for QBs? Because I've done it with QBs and it was just fine. So what they change? You could still do the glitch for every single role in the game. I was doing it my last stream with QBs. There were some QBs I had that had a few skill caps and IQ and accuracy, and I broke them to fix that. Power and accuracy cost 15 to upgrade. Accuracy does not cost 15 to upgrade. Oh, you meant moving QBs to kickers and upgrading them from there? Yeah, I never would recommend you doing that to doing that in the first place. But power, yeah, power's expensive now, but if you mean fixing their skill caps, you can still do that, but I drank like a fucking like 30 ounces of sweet tea an hour ago. And now my mouth is dry as fuck. I drank some sweet tea. Ooh, you're a pocket passer? Oh, you're not your backfield creator? I can't read. Max, upgrade the accuracies. I want to have the most accurate backfield creator known to human existence. Nice. Sweet tea hits, yes. Here's a real question though for you guys. What kind of sweet tea do you like? Because I know people that will only drink normal sweet tea. I know people that will drink unsweetened tea. I know people that'll only drink like peach tea or like strawberry tea. They will never drink regular tea. I also know some weirdos who only drink their tea hot, which is weird. Well, he's going to go for 1 billion yards next year. Gold Peak. I'm more of an Arizona sweet tea, so my guy, but that's pretty good. McDonald's sweet tea is crack. Brad, it's so funny you mentioned that. That's the sweet tea I was drinking. The dude fucked up my youngest sister's order. He asked for a Dr. Pepper. They gave her a sweet tea. And the guy was like, the moment we hand you the drink, we can't take the drink back. So just keep the sweet tea. I'll get you a Dr. Pepper. And so she came home like, hey, Beastly, you want to have this free sweet tea? I'm like, hell yeah. And I chugged it literally as I was loading up the stream. Chugged the whole thing like a fucking Fortnite chug jug. Just slam that shit down, bro. Arizona used to be good? Nah, Professor. That shit's still good. That shit's still good. Hot tea is good for the morning. If I'm like my throat's fucked up like it was the other night, I'll do coffee. I'll do decaf coffee. I don't really like hot tea. Exactly, Brad. Exactly. Them 99-cent teas hit different, man. Shit was peak. Louisville has landed its first commit. How in the world did you get an insta commit? Did you ask like a fucking 2-star grind? How did you get an insta commit? I have to fact check this. I'm calling cap, bro. I'm calling cap, Gride. I just checked the Sim League. There's no commits in the Sim League. I'm gonna go hop in the gameplay league just to check. Oh my god, you do have an insta commit along with Stanford. Wow, that's crazy. Dude, Stanford dropped 70 on a kid and got an insta commit. That's nuts. Wide receiver T Bond, 6 foot 178, has officially committed to the Louisville Cardinals. Damn, both you and Stanford already have an insta commit. I'm so sad. I'm so sad, man. Fucking week 0, and they've already took the lead in the game, or yeah, in the gameplay league. That's crazy. Fucking wild. Oh, I know, Tavon, I know. Yeah, I have like 4,000 to 5,000 NIL every year left over. So, and the sim one I'm doing right now, I'm really not strapped for cash. And the first couple years of the coastal rebuild, I was wondering, I was like, wait a minute, what if I take the money off of you and turn the portal off? The only thing though is they will get drafted earlier, so just keep that in mind. Candy cigarettes, lol. Dude, candy cigarettes are ass. Actually, chat, speaking of candy cigarettes, I have a real question for you guys. What's the worst candy you could get on Halloween? What's the one candy, if you saw this woman giving away candy, you'd be like, you know what? I don't want it, even if it's free. I don't want it to touch my bag. I don't want it to ruin the Snickers or ruin the Reese's or ruin the actual good candy. What candy was that? Because there's this like cul-de-sac. I mean, I used to go to trick-or-treating in like many areas, right? I would spend like 5 hours trick-or-treating. My mom would literally drive me around like 3 different cities to do trick-or-treating. And there was this like rich person neighborhood that they would open up only for Christmas, wow. Only for Halloween. Like it was a like gated community, a bunch of rich white people, like whole 9 yards. There was security, but for Halloween, they would open the gate. And so like people would be lining up for hours just to go through the rich white people neighborhood to see what candy they were giving out. And like the first couple years they did that shit, they were really like super good. I'm talking like whole Snickers, like whole Twix, like they would probably spend hundreds of dollars on candy just to give away on Halloween. And then like 2 or 3 years in, this woman brought like 60 kids that she claimed were her kids, which they weren't. And like they made like 3 or 4 laps and pretty much ate the entire like neighborhood of candy. And after that happened, those rich people were like, fuck you guys, we're not going to give you no more candy. But every now and then they would reopen their gated community and you could like sneak some in there and get some pretty decent shit. The lady at the very end of the gated community, she would always give me flavored Twix, or not Twix, what, Twizzlers? I think they're called Twizzlers. It's like the red thing, like licorice, kind of like that. But it wasn't like the regular kind. It'd be like peach or like watermelon or like lime. And I'm like, this shit's ass. Tastes like I'm chewing on fucking rubber that doesn't even taste good. And what sucks is because she was the last house, she was right by the exit gate. So like, you couldn't leave without stopping by her house to get some shit. And so I, as a kid, I would always just like keep my hand in my bag. And when she would put stuff in my bag, I just grab it. And then when I get to my car, I just give it to my mom or my dad. I never ate that shit. It was awful. I'm fine with regular Twizzlers. Even the licorice, the black licorice, I'm fine with. But fucking the random flavors, like, I think one year she had, was it like root beer? Oh, it's disgusting. It was ass. It was also Ryan Caps, great name. Great name. Hate that shit. If this guy don't come back, I am gonna cry. I will give you all the money I own. I will buy you entertaining people. You're a married man, Brian, so I gotta be careful with my words here, but you can have some people that escort you around. A wink, wink, nudge, nudge. See what chat said. Tavon, do you have the perk? Yes, the perk is not very effective this year. They nerfed the perk. Whoppers, hands down. What are Whoppers? What candy is called a Whopper? I know what a Whopper burger is. What the fuck's a Whopper candy? Oh, the Milk Duds. Dude, I fucking hate Milk Duds. Who said that? Tavon, I agree with you. Fucking Milk Duds suck. I fucking hate Milk Duds. Those things are terrible. You just unlock trauma for me that I haven't bitten into in a long time. Dude, fuck those things. Grind candy corn? Yeah. Candy corn might have to be... That's proper English. Candy corn has to be probably the most underwhelming candy of all time. Like, people hype up candy corn like that shit's a 9 or a 10 out of 10. And that shit is so mid. Candy corn is so mid. Three Musketeers? Okay, Professor. I like Three Musketeers. What can I say? All for one, one for all. Give me some Three Musketeers. Japes, those flat marshmallow pumpkins? Peeps? I lose my mind. I actually like Peeps. Not all Peeps, though. I can't eat all Peeps, but there are some Peeps I like. I think the yellow ones are fine, but like the pink ones taste funny, the blue ones taste funny, and like the pumpkin ones, like you said, are probably not my favorite. But I can get some snack on some generic Peeps. But they're definitely not good. I'll agree with you, Japes. They're not good. But like I wouldn't, you know, be mad if I got like a little bit. Well, he's winning Heisman. That's for sure. Next. Yeah, Professor, my mom is... I was right. I told you. My mom's a big Almond Joy and Mounds person. It's her favorite candy bar. Loves it. Red Vines are superior to Twizzlers? Probably, but I will never eat that shit because that... Ugh. Brad Roll? Is that how you spell roll? Am I crazy? Oh, you meant Rolo. If you mean Rolos, I like Rolos. Yeah, I like Rolos. Rolos are fire. Bottle caps are good. Dude, I love freezing some Rolos. Like Reese's, Rolos, any of those candy bars. You like freeze that shit in the freezer. Shit goes hard. What playbook I'm using? I'm using Boise currently just to cheese Heisman's. I lost 1% of my respect for you. Not all peeps. Not all peeps. I'll show you the kind I defend. I think the yellow ones are fine. I think this tastes like shit and this tastes like shit. But I think the yellow ones are fine. Now, like, am I the most, like, ew, that makes me vomit right there. That's, ugh. Am I the most excited in the world to get Peeps? No, I'm not, but I'll take Peeps over Twizzlers. Or cotton candy. No. Or, candy corn any day of the week. Candy corn and Twizzlers are ass. Honestly, how is candy corn even candy? It's just depressing Play-Doh in your mouth. I've chewed erasers on pencils that had more flavor than fucking candy corn. Hell, I've chewed pencils that have more flavor than candy corn. Chat, imagine if I force lost that game. I just fucked myself. Oh, that would have been funny. We are officially 25 levels away from being done, chat. We are almost done. The end is almost near. Ain't no way this man's name is Quincy Dingle. Out here dingling himself. That's crazy. 12 receptions, 160 yards, and 3 touchdowns. What a... Bro, this Boise playbook has to be the best playbook in the game. Just have one receiver pop the fuck off. I swear when you run the Boise playbook, the team forgets there's 2 or 3 other receivers on the team. It's like, oh, we got one receiver. Let's just force feed one receiver the ball every single play. It leads some really funny shit. Some really funny shit. Frozen Charleston shoes? I have no clue what that is. The fuck's a Charleston shoe? I don't think I've ever eaten one of those. I am a registered A1 fat ass, and I don't think I've ever eaten one of these. JK, I've had one. The one with the ugly pink in the middle? The pink ones suck. Nerd gummy clusters? Nerds gummy clusters aren't bad. They're not bad. That motherfucker had 6 touchdowns in the national championship game? I'm screenshotting that. Chat, how many playbooks do you guys know that will score 6 receiving touchdowns in one singular game? I can't think of many. He broke records? Yeah, no shit. He scored 6 touchdowns in a game. 6 touchdowns in one singular game. I'm still... Thank you. The pop-ups are almost over. Thank God. What was this total? Good Lord! Chat. This dude almost had 30 touchdowns in 1 year. My QB was for 5,000. Oh, God. Dude, that's... Look at the gap between wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2. Dude, this is such a stupid playbook. My wide receiver 1 had almost 3 times the stats of a wide receiver 2. Crazy. Actually fucking crazy what a stat line we just saw. Tavon, I've literally never used it. What's in the playbook that makes it fun? I can probably go find out, though. It takes 30 seconds to click on it. Ugh. Level 79! 7-9, chat. 7-9. Oh, no. He's buying Motivator. Oh, please stop buying Motivator. Please stop buying Motivator. Kirk? He is the first 2 tiers of everything. Yeah, I can get the first 2 tiers and everything. Chat, I need my coordinators to lock the fuck in. I need them to lock in, please. Ryan Hartline, I'm not too stressed. I think he'll be fine. But, Mr. Deion Sanders, aka Kirkpatrick, for some reason, is ignoring his talent developer duties and going down the motivator route. Which I don't want. So, please, just buy the green perks, please. 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 Trying to keep you with 91 speed? Hell yeah, man. Professor 3-8? What's 3-8? What the fuck? This guy is supposed to be a 21-year-old in high school or in college. This guy's a 580 FICO score, a 401k, and looks like he could cosplay as a UFC fighter without wearing any pads. What the fuck? Who is this? Shaquille Keenan, you are not. I need to go see your I need your age and birth of right. What is this? Dude, this guy walks up to the referees before the games with a scriggle paper that says, I'm 22 years old. No, the fuck you're not, bro. You're a 40-year-old with a family of 5. What is this? Look at this dude's face. He's seen some shit. Which is funny. He's not supposed to be old enough to have seen anything. What is... Okay, this might be the craziest character spawn I've ever seen. This dude looks... old. Are you a pure runner? Oh, you're a backfield creator. Oh, you're fine. Also, why is his fucking head so small? His shoulder pads are way too large. Small ass head. Small ass head. Ugh. Looks like he pays alimony. Oh, that's funny. He is just unbelievably old, though. That's a... Like, I know it's these guys are, like, meant to be college kids, but some of them have spawned so badly, so poorly, that, like, I guess this guy also fits. Why the fuck is this guy's head so disproportionately small, but his arms and, like, abdomen is so skinny? Like, this guy has, like, an O-lineman head with, like, the chest of a running back with the arms of, like, a kicker slash punter. What is this guy's build? How tall are you? He's 6'1". Yeah, he looks like he's 6'1", all right. 6'1" on, like, a fucking cold day, maybe. Crazy. Crazy. It's mostly shotgun Tavon. That's cool. Good old shotgun. You're fine, Tavon. I generally know what you mean. Ugh. Tell the refs won't take the ball. That's funny. That is true. It was a focus of the year to have more realistic players, and I feel like they've gone further away from realistic players. That's too funny. Not so. Big if, but if we can get things done, we could probably have all of Talenta purchased soon. But we'll have to see. Steve Generals. Got 5,000 NAL just chilling. Got $5,000, man. Can't spend diddly dick. It is kind of weird, though, how the AI is not really pressing for 5 stars, considering I have literally everything purchased in Elite Recruiter, along with other big upgrades to help with recruiting, but the AI is still not choosing to go after 5 stars, which is just odd. If I'll make a pack now, don't purchase or pre-order 28. Unfortunately, I cannot make that offer, Professor. It's kind of my job. But you guys, though, I advise you guys not buying it. Hey, a 4-star. Nice. Not much different, Carver. It won't be much different. So the main difference, Carver, is that we'll just be going to the point of the week of manually upgrading your players, and then I'll just stop it there. Give everybody like a day or two to manually upgrade the squad. Ugh. That makes sense, Professor. I generally advise for these games to never buy them on launch. Generally, it's never really worth it. Negotiate. He wants 1,700. I mean, I can afford 1,700, but I don't know if the game will let me give him 1,700. Oh my God. Oh, this is stupid. The game, I physically can't give him more than 2,000. The game is actually cucking me. He wants more money than the game will let me give him. That's bullshit. How is that fair? That's shitty. He wants like $2,800, and I can give it to him, but the game won't let me. If he leaves, I'm fucked. They hard cap me at 2K. Well, now I get to find out. Did we get fucked? Yes or no? Game, I don't care about the fucking Heisman. I care about whether or not my coordinator did or didn't just fucking leave me.
Greetings and welcome to a very special
It's going to be my receiver anyways.
calendar. The Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports.
That was my receiver had a bad year. Never mind, my QB had 51 touchdowns. The guy that's supposedly 21 years old. Yeah, he's not 21. That guy is a fucking secret life. Ooh. Oh, he only has 9 touchdowns, though. He's all the yards, but no touchdowns.
These are nervous times for these guys. The announcement just moments away. They've gotten to New York City, not by focusing on it, but once you're
Tavon, the PC purchase is very smart. Because basically, because of the... Oh my God!
But will they get a chance to lift it? It's an honor, of course, to be a finalist. All these guys...
Chat, did you say... This motherfucker is 20... This motherfucker is 26 touchdowns before the playoffs. He's almost at 30 touchdowns before the playoffs. Oh my God. By the way, my quarterback had 51 touchdowns, which is like the most I've ever seen. Attempt 8 got Coach of the Year. That's nice. This guy had 2,000 yards and 30 touchdowns. And we still got playoff games. Holy shit. Holy shit. Most insane stats I've ever seen. And I've seen some crazy stats. But yeah, Tavon, it's a great idea to buy it on PC. Because basically, no matter how bad the game is when the game comes out, PC players can just mod it to high shit to fix all the problems. Whereas us console players are kind of fucked. We're kind of fucked. Brad, I have yet to buy this game, and it's kind of killing me because the CFP is literally the only game I play anymore. But I watch how shit this game is, so I'm rocking with 26. Trust me, Brad, trust me. When the game goes on sale, you'll buy this shit. You'll have fun for the first, like, 25 to 50 hours, but after that 50-hour mark, you're going to be like, oh, this sucks. That man better kidnap the 5 stars and make them 99s after the... I wish, Tavon. I wish. If I were to manually upgrade them, they would be, but... I ain't got time to manually upgrade the entire roster when I got to sim 30 years. Drew, my wide receiver just had 160 receptions, 1,900 yards, and 5 TDs. Hey, had good receptions and yards, just bad touchdowns. Oh, fuck, did he come back? I wasn't paying attention, chat. Did he come back? I was just kind of like spamming buttons. Did my coach come back? Oh, he did, thank God. Thank God. I was just spamming the A button and reading chat. I didn't see it. He came back. Whew, okay. Drew, what's the most passing yards you've ever seen a QB have or at the Heisman ceremony? I think I had a QB last year throw for like 6,000, but for this year, probably about between like 4,500 to like 5,000, somewhere around there. Give or take. Level 82, guys. We're getting there. Little 82, guys. We're grinding. We're grinding. We're some Gruden grinders, man. Just finished with 53-30. Does that include the playoffs or before the playoffs? Before, that's a lot of yards. Actually, what did mine just throw for? I can rewind the stream. What was my QB throwing for? I mean, mine threw for 4,400, which is not, you know, about 1,000 yards off, but what did my QB rush for? Unfortunately, it didn't pop up. What has my QB rush for? I mean, my QB scrambled for a few hundred yards, so. But, yeah, no, that's still a lot. It's a lot of yards. That is a lot of yards. Here's a serious question for you guys. Since I'm paying my coordinator $2,000 right now to stay at my program, does that mean the next time I have to pay him, I can't? Because I can't exceed $2,000? So doesn't that technically mean I have 3 years to finish this? Before I'm fucked? Because I can't go over the limit, so... That's not good. Does this receiver just have 3,000 yards receiving? Kinder Bueno, that's funny. Dude, I'm still getting pop-ups. Please let it go. I get it. My guy had 3,000 yards receiving. I get it. Just fuck off. Dude, please tell me I don't have to sit here for my QB for the next 15 minutes just spamming the A button. I don't care. I know I broke records. Leave me alone. Oh my god. Thank God, it's over. It's over. So in totality, my QB threw for 5,500, 54 TDs, 3 picks. He had 5 rushing touchdowns and about 400 yards. Dude, it happened! It happened, bro. We cracked 30 touchdowns. By the way, chat, we did that with an 84 speed receiver. Look at that. 84 speed. I'm going to bring him back for his next year. I don't care how much it costs. I'm going to bring him back. I want to see if I can do better than that. That's crazy, though. That is actually crazy. The most, like, Looney Tunes ass stat line I've ever seen. Actually insane. Yeah, how much money do you want? Well, I brought him back, chat, so. I brought him back. We're gonna run this shit back one more time, man. Got some tier 3s now. The issue is because they're kind of splitting up their work, which is gonna fuck me. I got tier 3 for running back, actually. Technically no, Carver, but there's a thing for it, which makes no sense. So yeah, I can get tier 3 for everybody on offense, minus the O-line. 3-3-3. bro. We're getting there. We're almost there. We're just taking our sweet ass time. We got 2 for the defense, Bearmen. Which is what I have. I really hope I don't get cucked here, but I think I might get cucked. I might get cucked. I'm kind of sad. I might get cucked because my guy is going to leave in a year. Or 2 years. And I need him to buy his shit. Please buy his shit. John quarterback over here is crazy. From bum to billionaire, lol. That's crazy. It's that Nike money, man. I missed the sweet part, but Reese's are my favorite. Dude, frozen Reese's hit so hard. I love me some frozen Reese's. Frozen Reese's hit so hard. So hard. For some reason, tight ends are nearly impossible to make a first-round pick for. Tavon, it's based off overall. So, unfortunately for tight ends, a large bulk of their overall comes in run blocking and pass blocking. So even though it's not as easy as it was last year, the easiest group to make 99 overalls is pure blockers. Now, last year it was really easy. You could make a pure blocker with like 30 tokens, be a 99. You can't do that this year, but they're still the easiest of the bunch. And then right behind them, it'd be pure possessions. Verticals are the worst, though. Verticals are the hardest to get developed. Because route running and hands impacts the overall the least, and that's what they're good at, so. Let's just go hands. Screw it. Fake page. We'll get that speed up a little bit. 85 speed. Let's go. A whole squad. Ain't with the fake page. Boise State's too good in sim. It's pretty good. It's pretty solid, one could say. Zoro. Actually, it's not even Zoro. Zoro? I'll do 0, right? Got a minute to see my chat. But yeah, it's Boise's pretty good. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. A whole squad. Bro, fucking, there is no way this screenshot's real. There is no way this screenshot's real. I have to fact check you. There's no way. I'm calling cap. I'm calling Big Kappa. Nah, there's no way this screenshot's real, Rock. There ain't no way this motherfucker got an entire schedule of nothing but users. I'm calling cap, bro. Oh my god, he did. Oh my god, he did. So of his 12 games, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of his 12 games are user games this year. Dude, that's a rough-ass schedule, Rock. That's a rough... And it is non-con. He has to play Vandy, which is going to be hard. It's an SEC team. App State should be a blowout, and FCS Southeast also should be a blowout. Wake Forest also should be a blowout. then the rest of this shit is just tough sledding. Oh, wow, that's crazy. That's a crazy-ass schedule, Rock. I'm sorry for your loss. Stay at the top. You were at the top. I'm glad to see you back, man. Brutal sheesh, yeah. Beat playbooks for sim chat. Kari, pay attention, you will see stats. Nuts. Actually nuts. I mean, Carver, even though, I mean, Clemson and Duke, or Clemson and Miami is still like crazy CPU games to get year one as well. Dude, I feel bad. Dude, the ACC got a loaded ass schedule. I'm over here comfortably gonna sit with at least 7 or 8 wins year one. At least. Some of you guys are gonna be struggling for like 5 wins. I feel bad. I feel very bad. My QB finished with 6,500 yards, 52 TDs, 4 picks. That's some good stats right there, man. Good shit. It is very good indeed. Only issue though is they're kind of lacking in tight end or touchdowns, but good yards, good receptions. Ideally, you would like those touchdowns to be like 15 plus. Generals came back to run it back. Let's see if he can one-up himself from last year. I don't know if he can one-up himself, but one can think. Ooh, chat, I'm gonna go ahead and sim this out and go and get some more liquids to drink. I'll be right back. Ah, my chair. $16 more levels, chat. Next. Chat, I'm not saying it's a high chance, but there's a chance that I hit level 100 before my coordinators do, which would make things very awkward. Would make things very, very, very awkward. Zoro, I'd up your aggressiveness the better team you are. Oh. The Attack on Titan theme just went way too hard in my headset, just deafened my ass. Okay, turn that down. Nice. Yeah, I'd up the aggro the better team you get. You casual, all true. I'm a casual, chat. I'm such a casual. Well, let's see if our literally record-breaking receiver will go back-to-back for Heisman's. That's never been done before, except with that Ohio State running back, right? I forget what the guy's name is, but he went back-to-back once. JP Wade for fucking UConn? Putting the Huskies on his back? Never seen a UConn player ever pop up here, so that's cool. Wide receiver SMU, pretty solid year, but lacking some touchdowns for sure. There's my boy. Almost the identical stat line to last year. Hit a few more touchdowns, though. Where's my wide receiver at? Oh, shit, there he is. Yep, 21 touchdowns on 1,500 yards. Yeah, he's won Heisman. Lock it in, chat. Back-to-back Heismans. Bang! Steve Generals, back-to-back Heismans. Officially the greatest receiver season of all time. Coach, attempt 8. Heisman, let's go. William, we are wrapping up the, hopefully, end of our fucking week-long extravaganza. Also, the league advanced tonight, so. Get your sim shit in. Get your outers in. Go recruit. All that fun stuff. My tight end at 1,000 yards? Jesus. Doing that now? Hell yeah. Ooh, I know there's like 3 of you guys that watch anime with me out there that's in my chat, but so me and Mama Beastly just recently wrapped up My Hero Academia. It was very, very fun to watch. Really, really enjoyed that. And now we get to start our final adventure, which is the last anime that she wants to watch, which is Demon Slayer. And I'm super pumped to watch Demon Slayer with Mama Beastly. It's gonna be super fun. And then Mama Beastly will be officially caught up with pretty much everything I've watched. I also might get her to watch OG Avatar. I showed her the first episode of that recently. She's like, that's pretty good. You've watched My Hero? Good shit. Yeah, the ending for My Hero was almost perfect. That shit was fire. It could have been a little better, but not gonna complain. It could be worse. It could be like the ending of Attack on Titan shipping. Yeah, AOT's ass. AOT is ass. The ending was anyways. The longer that show went on, the worse it got. The only thing that sucks, though, is Demon Slayer's not technically over with yet. I think we're still waiting on the final movie to drop next year, but I'm sure by the time me and Mama Beastly get to that point, the movie's gonna be out. It's similar to Code Geass Zero in the sense of, like, it's about politics, but Code Geass actually has an actual ending, whereas Attack on Titan's ending doesn't happen, so... You might say, well, Beastly, how does that make sense? I'm not going to explain it because I'm not going to ruin the show, but the ending literally doesn't make sense. Because there's no ending. It never ends. I think the longer you watch Attack on Titan, the worse it gets. I think season 1 was like super hype. Season 2 was a little bit of a fall off, but still pretty good. Season 3 had like one cool moment in the entire season, and the rest of it was kind of ass. And then season 4 was just hot garbage from start, middle to end, so. But won't spoil too much for the few of you guys that watch anime and haven't watched it. Because there's nothing more than I hate when motherfuckers talk about spoilers to me. And I'm like, please don't. And they proceed to do that shit anyways. It drives me insane. Other side, find a way in this. If you just close your eyes. Dog, this receiver has been in the league for 2 years. He's almost 5,000 yards and 62 touchdowns. Goodness. Chat, should I, like, bring him back? Do I make my QB and my wide receiver run it back for a third year back to back to back to back? Actually, where is my QB? Oh, he's a senior. He can't come back. Fuck. If I can get that wide receiver to come back, he might have the greatest college career of all time. 3 years, 3 Heismans. Not like I don't got the money for it. Bro, people who spoil stuff are the worst. People who spoil stuff, I agree with you, Schnoz, are the worst. The shit that really genuinely irks me is the fact that, like, it's one thing if something gets spoiled in, like, casual conversation, but it's a whole different thing when you tell the person, hey, I haven't watched the ending yet of like season 5 of My Hero. And then the very next sentence out of their mouth is, oh yeah, in season 5 of My Hero, that one person dies. Have fun with that, buckaroo. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So, if you accidentally spoil something for someone and they didn't like explicitly tell you, that's one thing. But when someone actively tells you to shut the fuck up and they still do it anyways, oh, that pisses me off. Been watching Bleach. I was supposed to fucking start Bleach like 10, 15 years ago. And like every time I start to watch Bleach, I just stop watching Bleach. I don't hate Bleach, but Bleach is like similar to One Piece, where it's like there is like so much shit you have to get through before you get to the actual good shit that it's like getting to the good part is the hardest part. But like when you're at the good part, it's like fine. Especially considering they just redid Bleach for the Blood War recently. Yeah, chat, I think we're cooked. Yeah, chat, I think we're cooked. So I only have one more year left with my DC before he bounces. And I'm like 90% sure I don't have all the perks. So I think I can buy the tier 3 upgrade for the DBs. Because he has 3 out of 4. And he also has, he has 4 out of 4, so. He is, I could get up to tier 3 4 corners. But for D-line and linebackers, I think I'm still capped at tier 2, right? Yeah, I'm still capped at tier 2. And then for offense... 3-3-3-2. 3-3-3-2, yeah. 3-3-3-2, yeah. I can't do any more upgrades. This fucking Papega doesn't upgrade Master Motivator and fully upgrades Talent Dev. It's a little different story, but he's not... I mean, he's also probably buying Recruiter, too. Yeah. The guy would just buy the fucking Talent Developer like he's supposed to. We'd be on fucking Easy Street right now, but we're not, because... EA doesn't want you to have fun. They just want you to pull out mommy and daddy's credit card and have fun that way. But fuck you, I'm not doing that, bitch. Nas, the people that don't give spoiler warnings that do YouTube videos, I also hate that shit. Or like the asshats that put it in like the thumbnail. So they're like, well, technically I didn't spoil it for you. It's like, okay, you dickhead. You didn't technically spoil it, but you put it in the thumbnail, and I clicked on the thumbnail, so fuck you. You skipped the filler? Oh, shit, he did come back. He's an elite dev. There's not much we can upgrade him aside from, I guess, speed. And IQ. We'll do IQ first, just because we've already seen that speed doesn't really matter for a man of his physique. He is on pace to have the literal greatest college football career of all time. Like, back-to-back years with 31 touchdowns and damn near 2,000 yards. Actually insane. He's about to run that bitch back, baby. I don't really skip filler 0, mostly because it's always the filler they put shit in that ends up getting referenced later on. And when you skip it, you skip the reference, which do suck though. Damn, he has 90 fucking speed. Dude, that cat's fast as hell. Hey, Grindstar, how you doing? How you doing? Are roster retention coachabilities worth it? Yeah, I would buy it just to be safe, but they're far less effective this year than last year. This year, if you don't give them money, they're gonna leave. Last year, the perk was the only thing that really would keep them on your team. This year, it's money and the perk. So it technically lost about 50% of its effectiveness, but it's still worth buying because if you give someone money and then they leave, you're like, fuck. But like, if you buy the perk, you know, it's money and then I'm done. 24 likes, appreciate y'all. Whoa. Chat, I think we're going to go undefeated this year. What do you guys think? I think this year we're going to go undefeated, but who knows? We'll see. For all the new viewers, going to be like, how do you know that? No one tell them that I'm force winning my games. Steve Generals, man. 2 Heismans, 2 Natties. The greatest singular career of all time. Let's go ahead and make it a 3-peat, man. Let's go for the fucking 3-peat, baby. 3 Heismans, 3 Natties. I think you'll lose 3 games. Let's not lose 3 games. Could you imagine if I end up losing 3 games because I fat fingered the wrong O team? I've done that before. I've given Oregon State and Ole Miss a few wins because I just don't read. I look for the letter O and then just stop. Ole Miss, Oregon State. Who else? Oklahoma. I've given Oklahoma a few force wins because I just don't read. It's Boise. Boise's the playbook I'm using to farm Heismans. In the Boise playbook, you pretty much only throw to 1 wide receiver, so. Your 1 receiver is going to have like 2,500 yards and like 30 touchdowns. Now, will the rest of your receivers get any numbers? No. Will your running backs get any numbers? No. It's pretty much just your wide receiver slot will get all of your touches, so. It's probably the best at farming Heismans in the game. Literally, the offense is just 2 people, your quarterback and your slot receiver. That's it. Which also makes it probably the easiest playbook to build your roster around because you only need 2 guys, a good quarterback and a good receiver, which is the reason why, if you guys watch, when I'm upgrading my team, I only upgrade my QB and I upgrade my wide receiver. That's all I do. I let the computer do the rest because there's no point. Sim so slow. It's funny you mentioned, Professor, that Sim is so slow because I am doing this in an online league where this is actually faster than an offline league. So imagine how much slower this would have been if I would have done the other way around. We're done, chat. Did we go undefeated? Let's see. Oh, wow, we went undefeated. I gotta play 11-1 Purdue. What in the tomfoolery is this? Why am I playing 11-1 Purdue? More like don't get over here. What are we doing? Ooh, you want only 1,700? Hey, I can work with 1,700. At least you're not like the other guy who wants fucking $2,500 and I can only give you 2,000. That works. Skip. Yeah, James, that's like the caveat is when you're in the offline mode, the sim is probably, I've never like sat down and clocked it, but the sim is supposedly slower in offline than online, but you get no lag when you're recruiting, you get no lag when you're upgrading, you get far less menu lag in offline, so the minutes/seconds you're saving in online for sim, you're probably making them back up. Did my coordinator leave? Did my guy just leave? I don't think I got the pop-up he stayed. Did he leave? Ain't no way I just lost my coordinator paying that man $2,000. And I have the perk. There's no way. There is no way. Well, if he leaves, I'm fucked, so.
Greetings and welcome to a very special moment on the annual sports calendar. The Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports. Inside the Tiburon Theater, I'm Chris Fowler.
That's the worst year he's had so far. 1,800 yards, 17 touchdowns. Doesn't matter. He goes for the three-peat, baby. Back-to-back-to-back Heismans. Well. I think I lost my OC. Which is crazy, because I gave him literally a max offer. And I have the coach perk, so like... As I get every award known to man. Game, I have to see if I'm fucked. Dude, that is ridiculous! That's ridiculous, man. That is so ridiculous. I gave him a max offer. And I have the perk in Program Builder that reduces the odds of them leaving. And he still left. That's ridiculous, man. Oh. Dude, we were so fucking goddamn close. And now I just get told to go fuck myself because there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. I can't replace them. They don't exist. My best shot is getting a level 12 coach and just praying to God he goes into talent developer, becomes a talent developer, and then I sim like 5 more years and hope he can turn into something else. That's my best chance. Oh, it's so fucking annoying. We were right there at the goddamn finish line, and the game decides to fuck me one last time. I mean, it's not a very high chance, but there's a small chance that he left to go be a different coach for a different team this year. And maybe next year I could just buy him back out the portal. Maybe. But that's being like really optimistic. Like really optimistic of him just having me rebuy him. Oh. I'm actually starting to think Schnoz that I think he went to the NFL. I think he went to the NFL, actually. Which would be really bad for me. It doesn't say fired or quit. His job security is 100%. Apparently not. Apparently not. Aw, dude. Oh, man. I am in a hell of a spot to try and fix this. He got fired. I guess he got fired when I gave him a literal max offer, but he didn't retire, so he can pop back up. How much patience do I have? I'm just like trying to think about the time for this, you guys. Like, I have dumped like probably 15 hours into this. I'm not gonna restart. Okay, I'm gonna try and make my own talent developer. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then we'll come back and maybe try and buy him again. Oh, it is so fucking annoying. All I needed from that piece of shit is to stay for literally 1 more year, and I was fine. Literally, we were at tier 3/tier 4 on everything. So, all he had to do was survive 1 more year. I agree with you, Carver. This game is ass. Myself and Florida are gonna have a hell of a battles in recruiting. Oh yeah, you can, dude. I have a feeling there's gonna be a lot of battles for a lot of stuff in these massive leagues. Lyle, it'll be fun. It's stupid, Schnoz. It's so stupid. Utah beat Colorado 11-10 in sim. That makes sense. It sucks that we're going to see the greatest receiving career of all time, Steve Generals, come to an end. We couldn't even really be happy. Again, there's a chance. It's not a large chance, but there's a chance I could fire my OC next year and get him back. But it's not a very big chance. Normally, when coaches leave to become head coaches, they leave the carousel for like a year or two, so. And of course I play my Gators because of course I would. Dude, look at that. They are right there, man. They are right fucking there. So here's the thing, chat. The point of this coach build is to be able to buy everything on discount. But I might just say fuck it and buy it now. Because even though I technically wouldn't have everything bought for the discount, I would have like 90% of the build purchased. Like, I got all of Recruiter on discount. I got all of Elite Recruiter on discount. And I got the first 3 tiers of Talent Developer on discount. The only thing I wouldn't possibly get on discount would be tier 4. Which just so coincidentally happens to be the most important tier in all of Talent Developer, so. Because, like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I either bite the bullet now and just buy everything to buy everything and be done. Or I roll the dice and I try to see if I could get to buy him back next year off a different program. Or just wait until he, leaves the new program he went to, then buy him back, which I have no idea how long that'll take. Because the other thing is I think Deion Sanders, aka Kirkpatrick, I think he's going to retire. He's like a level 85 something coach. I think he's almost about to retire. And if I lose him, the run's dead. So I kind of would rather just bite the bullet and just waste some extra points on the tier 4s and be done. Because I'd be wasting about 10 points per purchase. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. I'd be wasting about 70 points. Which could be used to purchase lots of other shit. I'll make a save point, but... Oh, I can't. I can't make a save point, Schnoz. It's an online league. Yeah, I can't save. Well... I've gotten this far, so... Let's... this jackass couldn't... He couldn't wait one more season to fucking leave. Where'd he go? I have to see where he went. He didn't... Wait. He didn't pick a school? I am so confused right now. What the fuck? If he... Whatever. Rip the Band-Aid. I have no fucking clue where he went. I think he just retired. I know it didn't say that he retired, but I think he retired. He left my school, but didn't pick a team, so I don't... Hey, Soldier. Hey, Real. How you guys doing? Appreciate y'all. The coach is almost done. And in typical EA fashion, the game waits to just absolutely dick me with no lube at the very end of like 20-ish hours of my life. So again, I'm not going to say it's a very large chance, but there is a chance that we could convert LaMarcus Smith into a talent dev. Which is not something I want to do, but it beats the alternative of doing nothing, so... Gave him literally the max NIL you could possibly offer, which is 2,000 coach points. And I have the perk that reduces the chance of them just leaving. And he still just told me to go fuck myself. That's crazy. What's even the point of giving me the coach perk, EA? What's the fucking point? Oh. Did he buy it, though? Okay, he has 2 first-round picks. He's putting points into Motivator. So he might do it. He might do it a bit too late, but he might do it. Might be a little too late, but we'll see. We're out here throwing the bag at normal dev 5 stars. What in the world is my auto computer doing? My brother in Christ, we have elite recruiter for everything and perks out the ass. I should not be settling for normal dev players. What are we doing? Actually, what are we doing? The CPU can do the rest. My left tackle went up 1 overall. Nice. Jake, what are the playbooks for this year's sim? We'll have a video on that very soon, Jake. I can tell you the easiest playbook to print Heisman's is Boise. That's for sure. I mean, I guess Schnoz. They're doing the worst 5 stars you could possibly pick, but they're there. 28 likes. Appreciate y'all. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. I'm not doing jack shit. Guilty to come home. Good news, though, is after we get done with the talent developer fiasco, I'm going to probably just dump the rest of my points into Master Motivator, so. And there's like hundreds of them, so that won't be too hard to finish, but. Actually, I lied. I'll probably dump my points into Program Builder, or not, yeah, Program Builder to, and CEO, and whatever I have left, I'll just dump into Master Motivator. Frederick Bolin. You got a long list of Heisman receivers before yourself, Frederick. Now you must continue the legacy of those who have come before. I'm done with this. Well, my phone's gonna die. Let me go grab my phone charger since we're not doing anything but watching this game sim, so that's fun. These cars. Oh. I gotta start moving my phone charger from my bed to my desk where my PC is, because when I stream, my phone always dies. I get up and go and grab it and then walk all the way back and... Ugh. I'm one with... I mean, chat, could you imagine if Brian Hartline went to a team like UL Monroe, goes like 0-12 his first year there, and then just instantly rejoins the carousel? That'd be funny. That'd be very funny. We didn't beat Washington by 7+ points. That's depressing. Well, buddy, I gave your last friend the offer he wanted, and he still left me high and dry. So I'm going to assume you're going to be the same way. Because the game's hard capping me at 2,000 NIL. And, yeah, so... The good news is, even if he does leave me, he won't officially leave me till we're done with the postseason, so I will have ample time to figure out what I'm doing next. I have a 61% chance for him to come back. Let's see. Do he come back on a 61% chance? We lost him. Ouch. Ouch. Well, maybe the game can console my sadness with a 4th straight Heisman.
Greetings and welcome to a very special moment on the annual sports calendar. The Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports. Inside the Tiburon Theater, I'm Chris Fowler. So proud to bring you Heisman Trophy night every year. So many memories come out of this night. Each of these guys have hung out together, got to know each other better, but ultimately, the night's going to belong to one guy. One name will be read here, and one man will have that life-changing moment and forever be known as a Heisman Trophy winner. These are nervous times for these guys. The announcement just moments away. They've gotten to New York City, not by focusing on it, but once you're here, man, they want to win it. And every past winner has told me this is really a nervous time for them. They're this close to the trophy, but will they get a chance to lift it? It's an honor, of course.
I wasn't looking. Did we win Heisman? We did! 5 Heismans in a row. Let's go. Five Heismans back to back to back to back. Ah, man. When EA kicks you in the nuts, it's a rough feeling. Turns out the correct choice in hindsight was just biting the bullet and buying them for the... Yeah. Oh well. They keep stomping, lol. Yeah, they're very ruthless. Well, I'm not restarting. Just for a few points of perks I got hoed on, so technically this won't be the most efficient build in the game anymore because I had to buy that final tier for full price, but don't blame me. Blame EA for being run by fucking monkeys. What an incompetent company you gotta have. I literally gave the guy a max NIL offer of $2,000, which is already ridiculous. I gave him 2,000 NIL. And I have a perk that reduces the odds of my coordinators leaving. And not just did he leave, but I had like a 50-50 coin flip on if he came back. I might be wrong, but I think it might be the natties. I think I won too many natties. I'm not going to go back and try this again because I'm not going to sit here and sim through 20 more hours of garbage. But I think how I did this last year to prevent them from leaving and to prevent them from retiring early, I think I would always force lost the natties, or it was the conference championships. I forget what it was, but either it was the conference championships or the natties. I would force lost one of those, and it would deter them from moving or leaving. But I ain't got time to redo that, so it is what it is. It is what it is. This coach build is like 98% discount. Which, if this was last year, I would be perfectly content with ending it at like tier 3. But unfortunately, the most important perk in the category is tier 4, and that was just so happened to be the tier that my coordinators didn't have, so go figure. And again, I could just keep simming until Brian Hartline came back up as an OC. But then I would have to make a brand new DC, and it's just, I don't want to sit here for like 10 more seasons just simming, waiting for the magical duo to come back. And then I buy a couple perks and I fire them. That's a waste of my time. It's a waste of my time. Honestly, if you take all the savings I've done for Elite Recruiter, Base Recruiter, and the rest of Talent Developer, I think the points I just had the waste to pay for full price probably evens out. Oh, let's just get to the end, boys. Let's get to the end. That way all of this was not in vain. The progression intervals for the Sim Dynasty? What do you mean, Aaron? No data makes no sense. I should have a win-loss record. Thank you. Can't be compromised. When does each week sim? When everyone, if everyone readies up, it'll sim sooner, but the force sim is every 1 to 2 days. Everybody readies up, though. It'll be as soon as it can auto progress, it will. But from my experience, there's always about 5 to 10 people that will just never ready up, so. The stragglers will always make it slower than what it needs to be. He's missing base recruiter. Good night, homie. Hey, good night, Jarrett. I appreciate you, big dog, and I will see you in the next one, man. Take care. How are you missing base motivator, man? Actually, how are you missing base motivator? So yeah, Aaron, but to be fair, force advances for the sim league won't really matter. Like, I guess you'll be fucked on a couple recruits, but I only got 5,000 XP for sending like 30 people to the draft. That makes no sense. On those things that matter the most. Oh, got 6 more levels. Hopefully in these last 6 levels, the motivator cats can get their shit done. I can just wrap this bad boy up soon. Elite Dev, 77 tokens. Backfield Creator. I mean, you have absolute dog shit IQ, but like... the rest of you's okay. I mean, your throw under pressure is also dog shit. Even with full upgrades, that shit's still under 80. Dog, that is putrid. Putrid. What are my scouts doing, man? We have infinite budget, infinite money, and we are still struggling to auto-recruit. Well, this receiver's pretty cool. He will be the next Heisman receiver. Nice. Cast Iron, we've had a lot of luck, and we just at the very end got kind of fucked. So we needed one more tier on Talent Developer to get Talent Developer for max discount, and both of my coordinators quit. Even after I offer them 2,000 NIL apiece, and I have the perk that reduces the chance of them leaving, I still got fucked. So, but aside from that, little, you know, fuck you, everything else has gone pretty much according to plan. So I've gotten like 98% of this build on max discount, so. tiers 1 through 3 on Talent Developer, and tiers 1 through everything on Base Recruiter and Elite Recruiter I got for max discount. So kind of blows I couldn't buy everything on for full discount, but it's not really my fault. It's EA's. So I can only deal with their bullshit in their game. I can't make the game magically better. So tis is what tis is, you know? I got 5 levels to go. I got about 600 tokens to go, and I am officially done. Where am I going to be throwing these tokens? I really have no idea. I was thinking about Master Motivator because I could definitely afford throwing these in there, but I'm not going to be able to buy the entire tree. I was thinking about more Program Builder or CEO perks. But this is a coach build. I don't really advise anyone ever doing this. Last year, it was fine. Because even if it took you 25 years or 15 years, you could do it. Last year, it could have took you a couple years, or it could have took you a long time, but eventually you would get everything done. With this year, there's just too much luck. With this year, there's like literally 5 talent developers in the league. There's like 4 or 5 talent devs in the actual league itself. So by the time you get Master Motivator, by the time you get Base Motivator done and Base Recruiter done to where you could then begin going into Talent Developer, you have a couple coordinators to choose from. And at any point, if those coordinators leave or if they retire, you're fucked. So it does genuinely feel like EA selectively removed, or, you know, extincted, as I keep calling it in my stream, talent developers. So you could have, there's like an infinite number of elite recruiters. There's an infinite number of master motivators. You can max those 2 perks out for virtually reduced price with having no issues. But if you want talent developers and you want to buy those perks for cheap, you have a very small window of time to do so. Once when you exceed that window, they just don't exist. Like currently I'm in 2040, and in the year 2040, which I think is 14 years in sim, there's like 5 elite recruiters left on offense and defense. There's like 5 motivators on offense and defense. There was, I think, 1 tactician, or not tactician, 1 scheme guru, 1 architect, 0 talent developers, 0 strategists, 0, like, at this point, it's just, if you're not running a basic coach, nothing will spawn. And last year, even if nothing spawned, you could get around that by just making a new talent developer. That's how I got around it last year. You can't do that this year because the coaches will leave you so fast that in the 10 years it'll take you to make a talent developer, they're just gone. So you can't make talent developers like you used to. You can't find them like you used to. And so you end up playing Russian roulette with your coordinators every year. And if they decide to, or this, I mean, this is another really big problem. As you can see, there's not even a guarantee that the coordinators will stick to their lane. Right? These 2 dumbasses are now buying Base Recruiter, which means they're going to stop buying Master Motivator to then buy Elite Recruiter. Or not Elite Recruiter, but to buy Base Recruiter. And that's another variable that gets thrown in here, is that, like, just getting the fucking computer to spend the tokens where they're supposed to spend the tokens is another, just, again, it's RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG. It's just luck. But if you can get everything to go your way and not get hoed by the game, it's like the best build in the game. But like, I don't know if it's really even worth all the effort in doing this, if I'm being honest. Because I have done nothing but win for like 15 years straight, and we haven't reached level 100. We're probably going to reach level 100 either the season after this or in like 2041 or 2042. Which is like 17 straight years of just not losing. Which you could argue, how realistic is that to go 17 years without losing? Not very realistic. So, even with the fastest coach XP setting, it's still not fast enough. So, I will do this for the video, but will I ever do this ever again? Probably not. I just don't think it's worth it. 4K topic, when your team's trash, keep it 50-50. When your team's touching the low 80s, the mid 80s, raise it to 65-65. And then when your team is filled with 99 stat players, not 99 overall players, but 99 stat players, up your offense to 75 and your defense to 100.
Greetings and welcome to a very special moment on the annual sports calendar. The Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports. Inside the Tiburon Theater, I'm Chris Fowler. So proud to bring you Heisman Trophy night every year. So many memories come out of this night. Each of these guys have hung out together, got to know each other better, but ultimately, the night's going to belong to one guy. One name will be read here, and one man will have that life-changing moment and forever be known as a Heisman
My sinus is going crazy.
winner.
Oh, this was like the worst year we've had with a slot receiver. He's not winning Heisman.
Just moments away. They've gotten to the
This is the worst year. Yeah. We finally broke the Heisman streak. Well, this receiver sucked. Carver, not even close. Just get elite recruiter and then talented dev for yourself. Yeah. It's... Actually, I don't even know if elite recruiter is really necessary. Like, not everywhere. I would buy it for, like, O-line, DBs. Dude, I even lost my DC. Are you fucking kidding me? This game is a joke, man. This game's an actual joke. Look at this shit. Literally, there is no coordinators left that, aside from this one scheme guru, or I guess these two scheme gurus, there's nobody left that's a real thing. Tactician, motivator, tactician, recruiter, motivator. They're not real. I am so far into the future that there is literally no coordinators left. That's hysterical. Maybe I'll redo this later on, but I'm too demoralized to do this again. If this jackass didn't leave, if he would have just stayed one more fucking year, he would have, like, probably maxed out everything. Maybe that's something they've coded into the game this year, where when the AI upgrades enough times in the category, the AI is like, okay, we're fine, let's move on. That's what it feels like anyways. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you fucking kidding me? I just realized they moved the fucking XP perk into tier 4. That is so funny. Dude, they made Master Motivator so much worse by doing that. Holy shit, they made Master Motivator garbage. They changed tier 2. Tier 2 used to be tier 4. Tier 3 used to be tier 2, and tier 4 used to be tier 3. This is fucking crazy. Dude, they absolutely gutted Motivator and Master Motivator. Holy fuck. In base Motivator, they also removed the perk where when you hit skill caps, you get extra influence. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, Star Maker. But that was kind of a useless thing, so I'm not too mad that they got that, because I don't really have that many starters stay, so. Well, that certainly changes my thought process now for the rest of this, because damn. I'm down to my last little bit of tokens, and I was thinking about grabbing some high integrity. Now, you've never seen me use this perk because this perk was useless last year. It didn't do anything. But considering how the system works this year, you could give a player money and they still leave, right? There's a two-part process in whether or not the athlete is going to stay or if the athlete's going to leave. The first of the two parts is money. Did you pay him enough money? If the answer is yes, he still can be drafted as like a 5th or 6th round, 7th round, 2nd round pick, whatever. But if you pay him money and you have this perk, it significantly reduces the odds of them leaving you. But just in case they do leave you, you could have high integrity and you could have multiple attempts to bring them back. And that way, if you have all 3 of these perks, there's almost 100% chance you're going to get the player to come back. If you pay him enough money and you reduce the odds of his group going to the NFL, and just for an extra safe measure, you could then try to... I mean, there's still a chance, don't get me wrong. There's a chance that you could have 3 safeguards in place and you still get fucked all 3 times, but the statistical odds of you getting fucked on all 3 things is very low. And then obviously I want strong roots, but strong roots is dependent upon your state. So, and if you're doing a Florida or Georgia, if you're doing a Florida, Texas, or California rebuild, I would buy this. Otherwise, I'd hard pass. So for the video, I was going to buy this too. But after realizing the amount of investment I had to do into Master Motivator, this shit's not worth it. This shit is 100% not worth it. It is not worth getting all the way to tier 4 in Master Motivator to get like, what is it, like a 25%, 15%, whatever it is. It's not even that big of a buff. It's not worth it. I just spent like 400 tokens to do this. So not worth it. Furthermore, if you buy this perk in CEO, Second Chance Keeper, spend a second Persuade on a player if the first one fails. Again, it goes back to the whole redundancy thing. You have multiple layers of failsafes. That way, if something goes wrong, there's a backup. And if something still goes wrong, there's another backup. I don't know how I feel about full refund. Because you're not going to have that many dudes. I guess depending on the transfer portal settings you have, full refund's probably fire. But I will not. Yeah, I wish I could refund these points. Because these are so not worth it. It's not worth spending... What, 40? Obviously, if you're buying them at full price. It's like, what, 40, 35, 25, 20? You're spending hundreds of points just to get a small buff. Which you can get the same buff if you just buy the regular cheap one and Talent Developer. I hate what EA is. I know I've probably mentioned this a few hundred times since this game's come out, but I fucking hate what they've done to this game. CFB 26 was so fucking perfect for their coach builds, and they have just absolutely fucking butchered this shit. I would also buy Senior Superlatives, but getting a dude to stay till his senior year is almost impossible. If you can do it, I would totally buy this perk. But if you get any Elite Dev or Star Dev player, they're not staying till their senior year. They're leaving their regular junior year or their redshirt sophomore year. So it's kind of hard to get this to work. Dream School is kind of irrelevant because you got to spend money on the player anyway. So who cares? More the Merrier is also kind of irrelevant because, again, money. And then Gains Getter for me is primarily pointless because I recruit elite devs and star devs anyway, so I can't make an elite dev player more elite. And normally when they do play for me, they're seniors or juniors. So if they get the dev bump, they're not going to really move much, so... I guess I can hold on to my tokens just in case, but this should be the coach build. For the most part, this should be the coach build. If I had my talent developer DCs, we would probably hit level 100 this year because I'm gonna level up 1 or 2 more times just off the playoff wins, and then I get like a fat chunk of XP for the draft picks towards the end, but they're not here anymore, so. Which is also kind of funny because the regular version of this build I'm currently making, now that I have a rough idea at what I can and cannot buy for max discount, that coach build's going to be so scuffed because I'm going to have even less points to work with for that coach build because I'm not min-maxing anything. I'm just buying it to buy it. Oh, that'll be fun. Like, what's the best playbooks? Don't know, man. That shit is something. On the bright side, though, chat, what that does mean is now that I have the best coach build done, finally, I could finish the not best coach build, just a good coach build, but not the best one. That I could begin working on that video this week and hopefully have it out soon. And then in terms of the streaming, the next stream we'll do will be our next rebuild, where we can play with more playbooks and test out more shit. I beat them by a point? That's nuts. Yeah, we should be done 1 more year. 1 more year. What coach they give me? Not too shocked. See, just to show you what I mean, like... do I have the perks? I have them, right? Wait. So yeah, I have the second round picks and below are less likely to leave, and I have a higher persuade chance, and on top of extra persuade attempts. And if I do get the first fail, I can try again. So obviously I didn't pay these guys. I simmed paying, but let's just pretend like I gave them money and they're still unhappy. With these perks, I can go to someone like Demarius Lofton and try again. Didn't work. And then try again. Didn't work. Damn. But got him to come back, and obviously he's going to come back. He's a high chance, so. It's not the most foolproof strat. I also have the portal turned off, so. But it's probably the best workaround I can come up with to stopping the game from fucking you. Because the game's going to do that. And even then, you guys saw it right there. A guy still slipped through, but rather than you losing like 15 guys, you might lose like 3 or 4 now. Which sucks, right? In a perfect world, the perks would do something and nobody would get fucked. But unfortunately, we don't live in a perfect world. We live in one that unfortunately has EA in it. And so you gotta play by their stupid rules. Do I have a DB that's Elite Dev? I have only one Elite Dev corner, but he's a junior. It's 78 tokens, which is a lot for this game. That is a lot in this game. The other weird thing about this game is that you can technically keep earning coach points. Well, okay, chat, we died for like half a second, but good news though, we're gonna reach our finale this year in 2041. Yep, we are 100 XP from 98, so we are almost done, boys. The suffering's almost over. Dude, I'm still pissed off. They absolutely destroyed Master Motivator. What an abysmal experience it is to play this game. It's such a like awful feeling to know that the people who make this game hate the player base. Like, that is some truly evil shit. To know that people have fun doing something in your game and then be like, no. Because it was like a combo effort to make the perks significantly more expensive. That way you buy less of them and you suffer more, while also moving them in inadequate places in the skill tree, again, to make you suffer. And it may sound like I'm being a little melodramatic for saying it's ruining the game, and it ruined the game, but you gotta look at it from this perspective, right? If EA's forcing you to buy the entire tree for the perk, they're forcing you to spend hundreds of more points that you otherwise didn't have to do. And that shit adds up over and over and over and over and over. So, like, the fact they're forcing you to purchase pretty much all of Master Motivator to get value, you're forced now to buy all of Talent Developer to get value, and you're also forced to buy all of elite recruiter to get value. You can't afford that. And obviously, if you have to choose what you can and can't afford, you're picking fucking elite recruiter. That's not a non-negotiable. It's the best, you know, I would argue it's the best perk tree in the game just because how easy it is to get. But talent developer is still the best perk in the game, followed by elite recruiter. So there's no universe in which you're always sacrificing master motivator / base motivator for those other two trees. Always. Always. So then you got strategist, which is still asked because with strat, it's still the garbage rates of 30%. And what's funny is I actually think Architect got worse this year because they took the Star Maker or the perk and talent developer that already sucked. But they took the perk and talent developer for the tier 2 where your starter gets more XP than the backup. But most of the time, your starters are going to be a high enough overall where they're going to stay for 1 year and then leave. So it's like, who gives a shit if they get more XP? They're just going to get drafted higher. So tier 1 was already a joke. Tier 2 is now useless. Tier 4 is too inconsistent to ever, you know, have any, you know, bank on. So you're only buying this for tier 3, which is a 11% chance. So how they managed to fuck up the worst skill trees in the game to make them even worse, I have no idea, but they did. So shout out to EA for doing that. And I don't even got to be sponsored to shout them out. What a shame. What a shame.
Greetings and welcome to a very special moment on the annual sports calendar. The Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports. Inside the Tiburon Theater, I'm Chris Fowler. So proud to bring you Heisman Trophy night every year. So many memories come out of this night. Each of these guys have hung out together, got to know each other better, but ultimately, the night's going to be...
I mean, at the pace we're going, by CFB 28, they're going to make all the perks in this game so fucking expensive. They are only going to be able to afford one perk. Which, by the way, if that ends up happening, where you can only buy one skill tree, they're going to make talent developer like that much, like the most important perk in the game because it can do everything. It can help you recruit. It can help you develop. It's already the best perk in the game. It's been the best perk in the game. And if they nerf you even harder to the point where you can only afford one singular tree, then talent developer will make the gap between it and everything else that much larger. And I would like to say to myself that, you know, there's no guarantee that EA will fuck us further, but I think they will. I cannot believe I'm about to say these words out my mouth, but I think, unironically, College Football 26 is going to probably end up being like the best game they've made collectively, which is so funny Because, like, there were so many issues with 26. But then when you play this game, you're like, oh, I'd rather have those issues than these issues 100%. This should be the final force when we need you guys. The suffering's over. We're level 99. At least now you guys see why I haven't done my best coach build video yet. Imagine doing all the shit I just tried to do with normal coach XP. Imagine doing everything I just did, simming for 20 years on the fastest setting just to barely hit level 100. Insane. Carver, I don't get why they took the fun out of anything. Why would they take the fun out of anything? What person thought it would be a good idea to remove fun from a video game, which is the entire fucking point of a video game, is to have fun. Well, obviously, William, it's money, but that's an just retarded thing to do. The 2% revenue they made off of nickel and diming their audience is going to pale into comparison for everyone else just giving up on the game because it's ass. And again, I know Carver has recently come to had a reawakening with the gameplay of this game, but I think the only people that think the gameplay in this game is better is the people that play the computer. I think objectively, the gameplay versus the CPU is better this year, but I think it's worse than if you just played people. I think the CPU gameplay is drastically improved, but the person-on-person gameplay drastically got worse. Okay, so my final resting place is 235. Is there anything else I want? Because I essentially have tokens to burn now. What's the points for the... I could buy 2 full categories of this, which will probably do quarterback. Screw it. Not like it's gonna really fucking matter anyways. So what do I spend my final 20 points on? Kickers, baby. Kicker perks. Kicker perks, baby. Value. Kicker perks, man. The suffering's finally over. Here is officially the best coach build in CFB 27. It's pretty much the best coach build from 26, minus Master Motivator, because you can't afford to buy everything. I mean, honestly, if I'm gonna keep it a buck with you guys, like straight up, I think you could probably ditch high integrity, roster retention, strong roots, more the merrier, second chance keeper, and senior superlatives. I think you can ditch all of those perks to buy like tiers 1 through 4 in Master Motivator for receivers and like D-line. But like, you're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs. And the reason why you're splitting hairs is because actually I could do the math, but these perks are like, I hope I can do something or that it does something. This perk is like hyper situational, like depending on what state you're doing is a good perk or a bad perk. More the merrier is like, fuck it, just buy it to like. I kind of feel bad for what I just did because it was the easy way out. But honestly, you're probably better off just buying like these 2 categories here, or at least like buying receivers and buying D-line and just skipping running back and linebacker. But either way, it's the fact that I have to choose so much. Is kind of sad because last year I bought all of this and all of Master Motivator and still had points to fuck around with. Last year I bought all of Base Motivator, Master Motivator, Talent Developer, Base Recruiter, and Elite Recruiter, and everything and you guys have seen in CEO and Program Builder with like 30 tokens left. All this game is run 4 verts, throw the ball up. Yeah, that's why I'm banning Delay, the green catching mechanic in my league. It's run the ball and get random pancakes for 0 reward for 0 value. I've seen D tackles get pancaked. Right? I think it's fair. I think it's fair and balanced if you have safeties or corners getting pancaked. But never in any world should I ever see a nose tackle getting pancaked. Same thing with linebackers. Linebackers should never be getting pancaked unless they're extremely underweight. If they're an underweight linebacker, sure, but I've seen, 260 linebackers get pancaked by centers. It's just random pancake run game, free value, and then throw it up, hold Y, and get green catch to ag. It's online is really ass. That's why I said playing the CPU is fine, but playing people is just miserable. I just had this epiphany, and I might eventually in the future go back and redo this. Keyword here is might. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. But if you subtract all the wasted tiers I bought for Talent Developer, I wasted about an extra 100 or so tokens. I know with max discount, this entire column is 100 tokens. So, like, a good way of looking at what I did is by forcing myself to buy the tier 4 in Talent Developer for full price. I essentially removed a whole category off the Master Motivator part. So if I would have min-maxed Talent Developer better, I could have bought all of the D-line upgrades for the same tokens I would have saved. Then, if I would have went back and removed More the Merrier, removed Senior Superlatives, removed Second Chance Keeper, that's 120 points right there. If I would have removed these two, that's 200 points. If I would have removed the tier 2, that's 220. If I would have removed this, that's 260. 260 plus 100's 360. You could have, yeah. Oh, you could have done that. Oh, you could have done that. I'm just now realizing the error in my ways. So yeah, if I didn't burn out towards the end, I but I could have gotten everything in Master Motivator, everything in Talent Developer, and everything in Recruiter, with still keeping the important things. Which, honestly, if I'm being real with you, I think Coach Family is probably also just not worth it. I think the literal only perk that's worth buying in Program Builder is still Relationship Builder. I think that's a non-negotiable. You have to buy this. I think you have to buy Strong Roots, again, depending on what state you're in. Florida, Texas, California, yes. Otherwise, no. And then maybe Best Advice Tier 1. But, like, Inside Track, I feel like the rest of this is just extra. Like, you don't really need it. Well, anyways, this was, like, probably 35 hours of my life that I can't get back, so. The journey's done. Finally, I can... Got an advance pass this week to see my coach stats, but... journey is done. And if I was a little more patient and had a little better of luck, I could have got everything I wanted and then some, but I'll include that in the video. It took me approximately 256 games to get level 100, which roughly translates to 16 years. It took me 16 national championships to reach level 100. What a time. What a time. But, It's not like this coach build's bad, just for the record. This is not a bad coach build. It's like scoring a 97 on your test. It's like, it's more insulting that you didn't get the 100, but you're not going to complain about getting a 97, right? I think this is about 97% perfect. I think the 3% I'm missing is these 4 perks. And I originally gave up on going for these 4 perks because I didn't think I had the money or the tokens to do so. But I did, because 15 and 25 is 40. 40 and 40 is 80. 80 and 30 is 110. So with full discount, I can buy that for 90. So 90 and 90 is 180. 180 plus 180 is 360. So yeah, it would have only took me 360 tokens to buy these 4. And I just so happened to waste 360 tokens in these trees. So again, not disappointed. Just irked. I'm a little irked. But either way, that's going to be the end of this stream. I am now done doing this. Expect a video on this very, very, very soon. Anyone got any final words to say to chat or to I before I hop off for the night? I'm going to go get some food, do all of my stuff in the sim leagues and recruiting and all that fun stuff, and then call it. Which means now I can officially start working on the best coach build video, which means I can now... The problem with the playbook video is I've only used 10 of them, right? I've only used 10 playbooks in this game, and I know the good ones and the bad ones, but like I haven't tried all of them, right? Like I want to try Memphis's book out a little bit. I want to use Wake Forest. Wake Forest made the natty in this. I know I was forcing all of my wins, but Wake Forest has made the natty like 5 times, which is just disgusting. So there's like a lot of playbooks I still want to try. Wake Forest is Texas Tech veer and shoot. Of course, it would be a veer and shoot, because why wouldn't Texas Tech be running a veer and shoot? But yeah, there's a few playbooks I still want to tinker with, but I think I have, for the most part, figured out the good ones. I just haven't figured out all of the good ones, if that makes sense. Gotta try the generic veer and shoot. That's another one. There's Memphis I want to try. There's Wake Forest I want to try. There's the generic veer and shoot I want to try. Who else always does like surprisingly well in sim? I want to use North Texas. I've seen the North Texas QB win Heisman's with some disgusting stat lines every now and then. There was a North Texas QB in, I think it's the Eastern Carolina rebuild, or it was sometime during one of these many Oregon attempts, where the North Texas QB had like 30 passing touchdowns and like 20 rushing touchdowns. It was some like disgusting stat line where the guy had like 1,100 rushing yards and like 3,000 passing yards. I was like, holy shit. So yeah, there's a part of me that's like, do I test more playbooks before I make my playbook? Or maybe, and again, you guys can let me know your thoughts down below. But maybe I do like multiple playbook videos this year. Maybe I'll do a playbook video for like the first couple of books I have found that are good. And then, you know, in like a month or two, when I have more testing and more stuff under my belt, I can then go for more playbooks. So rather than having like one playbook video for the entire year, I make like 3 or 4 videos throughout the entire year. I don't know. I'll probably put like a poll in Discord where you guys can vote. And I'll probably leave it as like the comment question of the day for the best coach build video. But it's just, in order for me to properly, thoroughly test a playbook, I have to sim it for like 10 years. So I can't just pick a playbook, use it once, call it ass, and then move on, because it could be bad because I had the wrong stats. It could be bad because I just bad luck, right? There's so many variables that go into whether or not a playbook is good or bad. So for offense and defense. So in a perfect world, I would just boot up the playbook once, try it once, see if it's ass or gas, and then move on. But I can't. So that just takes time. Zoro, there's not many good rushing playbooks from what I've seen. It kind of feels like every playbook that's good is a passing playbook. And the honestly, the best rushing numbers I've seen have been from QBs. I don't think running backs do very well this year in Sim, minus the Tennessee playbook. I think the Tennessee playbook, they run a lot. Like my running back in the last season I simmed for the Eastern Carolina rebuild I did, he got 1,500 yards, but only 11 touchdowns. Which, considering he's an elite dev dude with like good stats, but 1,500 is not that good. And as you can see, my running back was the best in the nation. The next best was Ohio State's with 1,300. So I don't think Sim is very good for running backs this year. Which, honestly, I think this is bugged, because there's no way the number 1 receiver only had 1,500 yards. The best ACC running back had 1,200. The best American back had 1,200. The best Big 10 back, or Big 12 back, had 1,200. Big 10 had 1,350. Conference USA squeaked out 1,000. Independents suck. The max about 1,300. They're about 1,000. About 1,200. Ignore my running back. And Ohio State's run a super conference, so yeah, as you can see, it looks like all the running backs do about the same, no matter what conference you're in. It seems like the best conference is going to be about 1,200 to 1,300 yards. So I don't think running the ball this year is that effective. I don't. Right? Like, you see random 80 overall wide receivers going for 1,300 yards. I mean, dude, the Arkansas receiver just had 1,500 yards. This is just a passing game. That's all it is. It's just a passing game. You can get more stats from like a 77 overall receiver than you're going to get from a 95 overall running back. It's just a fact. Dude, there's a 79 overall receiver from fucking San Diego State who cracked 1,400 yards and 13 touchdowns on a 79 overall receiver. Like, it's just, this game is such a pass-heavy game. There's not much you could do. Now, I've seen quarterbacks have good rushing stats, but it really does feel like you're just pigeonholed into pass, yes or no. Do you succeed? Yes or no. But either way, long stream, long rant, 32 likes. Appreciate y'all. Any more thoughts and opinions? The most rushing touchdowns I've ever seen in this game was also from a Tennessee running back. He had like 24 or 25. But that's kind of skewed because Tennessee went perfect last year. So when you play 16 games, 24, 25 touchdowns is not that much from 16 games. Generally, you would like to see, for a rushing playbook, you would like to see 20 plus rushing touchdowns, like before week 7, week 8, something like that. But if you're going to week 12 or, the conference championship in week 13 and your guy is like 18 touchdowns, that's not very good. That's literally barely over 1 per game, which is, again, not very good. So it feels like the rushing numbers in sim anyways are just really bad and passing is really good. So I don't think there will ever be a good running playbook. And if there is a good running playbook, it's not going to be anywhere near as effective as just your average passing playbook. Good night. Hey, appreciate that, William. Hey, we're up to 35 likes. Thank you guys for all the love and support you guys do bring my channel. It means a ton to me. These streams, these yap sessions, these rants, always a fun time for me. I'm glad you guys enjoy it as well. Especially considering last year I did all this shit off camera by myself, just listening to, jamming out to some good old tunes. And so now you guys get to suffer with me while I learn how to micromanage this game, even though EA wants to repeatedly smack dung in my face. But either way, appreciate y'all. Much love. I will see you in the next one. Take care.